Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shade walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section. She call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I let game, back again. She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line, is somebody hurt? Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right here, late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube. She back again.
It's late night with Shay.
Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah.
Alrighty, you guys, welcome to Shades 2 Late Night Owls Talk Time. Happy and blessed weekend, you guys, and I hope you guys have a beautiful weekend. What's up to Jermaine, Tony Bands, everybody in the bushes, and everyone who watches this in the replay. You guys, if you enjoy this content, make sure you thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification, share, leave a comment, and hype this video up. If you want to show additional support for this channel, feel free to do a super sticker, super chat, cash app donation at $Shades2, or cop yourself a membership for $4.99 per month. Thanks to all who have donated. I definitely appreciate you guys. And we are getting ready to get started. Copyright disclaimer is scrolling across the screen. The entire copyright disclaimer is in my description area of this channel. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and get started, you guys. First thing first. A lot of people are still talking about that daggone audio. Some people say it's not for real. It's AI. Just all types of things they're saying. So in the chat, do y'all think that audio is real? The one where they was getting Cito to possibly tow them. Do y'all think that audio is real? Let me mute this real quick, because the first thing we're going to do tonight is listen to that audio again. But first, I want to play this video of this guy talking about it. Let's see. Okay, let's hide that right there. So let's do present. So let's see. So let's look at this one about the CETO audio.
Did y'all catch this?
What is the legitimacy of the audio? The word Bart is in there, and I know real people with real platforms are pointing the finger at your client.
Yeah, so we don't see any legitimacy in a doctored transcript or a doctored audio that comes with a transcript, which is a nice psychological sort of game that people play with garbled audio. I'll tell you this. My client's role was to help drain water off of a boat that reported it being in distress. There were 20 plus people separated between those two boats. All of them saw what he did. All of them saw what did and didn't happen. There were two credible witnesses at least that saw Nolan Wells on Horn Island an hour and a half after those two boats left.
First, out of everything that we heard on that 8-minute call, notice how he talks about the one irrelevant thing that Bart did and not specifically if Nolan was on the boat. I think we're all over this. If you have evidence, release it. If
Right.
you've got evidence of Nolan Wells walking the island by multiple people around 6 p.m., that would help your client. But you're telling me that all these people are experiencing these death threats and you're sitting on evidence. And instead of sending out one photo, you've got Tristan and Warren out here doing a 5-part documentary series. Did y'all
That's right.
catch this?
That's right, Mr. Man. If anyone is sitting on evidence or knows something, they definitely need to contact Attorney Ben Crump and check out my Night Owl Live that I did. I think that was last night where I put the number up there and everything. But as far as the audio, I actually think that it's a real high chance that it could be authentic. They haven't checked it out in detail yet to see if it's authentic or anything. Last time I checked, but I believe it to be true. I mean, I really do. The only thing though is that he couldn't have been in their boat, because if that video we saw is true, you don't see anything, and plus the boat is not big enough, and it just does not look like he was in there. We think that he was in the other boat. Okay, that's what we think. He was in the other boat. And I don't know if it's DRUGS related or if someone, fought him. They got into an altercation or something over something. And so hopefully, the autopsy report that they claim they finished today for the state, but they're not releasing it until the case is seen by the grand jury and etc. And then they will release it, I guess. So those are complete. At least they claim they were completed today. And it's still under seal until they go to the grand jury. I'm sure you can. Shit. Okay. Hold on. Let's go ahead and listen to that audio one more time, because a lot of people are saying we just hearing what we want to hear. Okay. A lot of people are saying that. Let's go ahead and look at this. I found another copy today that I can't remember whose channel I was on, and they said this is a clearer picture. This is a clearer audio. I'm trying to think whose channel I was on. I think it was on TikTok. So let's see. Let's see if the other girl put hers up here. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see that up here now. I can't find it. But anyway, let's go ahead and listen to this again.
CETO Assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles?
What'd
Hello?
you say? Hey,
Is the yes? How far is the water coming up, sir?
it's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't
All
have
right.
the tag on
Unless you
here.
have
It
a
got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at
What are y'all doing?
All right. And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah. Everybody
How many?
I wanted to hear him say it's going down again. That was a trip. But, like I said before, I can only hear some things. I can't hear every single thing that they have here. That can we cover it up? I couldn't understand that. But you know what parts I heard? The same parts I heard before this even came into contact. Until they did this, that's what I meant to say. So anyway, someone else was talking about this earlier today, and it was talking about that this there's no way this audio person would have explained everything, showed everything, and did what she did, if she would have, changed it up. And then, like I said, some people think we are hearing what we want to hear. But the thing is, before they did any enhancements or anything, the first audio that I heard, I could hear somebody saying, I thought they were saying, Nolan, wake the F up. They could have been saying, just like they say here, get the F up or whatever the case is. But I know one damn thing. How does that relate to the boat situation? Because like everybody was saying, if the boat was actually in jeopardy of sinking, well, why didn't they just let the Coast Guard and whomever else come out to help them? It just doesn't even make any sense. But you can hear some things. Wait, you can hear some things. You can't hear every single thing, but you can clearly hear some things. And we do know some things on the internet is fake too at the same time. But I think this one is true. I don't know for sure, 100% for sure, but I just think it is. I think. You say you do too. Right. It says Bart's boat. So let's look at some videos about the boat. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Yep, I think that is. I think it is. I don't know for sure. I'm just telling you what I think. Let's look at these videos. Okay, so she said, listen very carefully. You can hear them say Nolan at 0:13 seconds. Let's see.
If you listen closely, you can hear them say Nolan is about to die at 16 seconds.
Detail assistance, Vicky.
Oh, yeah.
How can I help you?
Yeah, I heard.
Hey, we're
Listen,
west tip of Horn, and
I don't know why this does this. Hold on.
stopped working.
Let me stop that real quick. Yeah, I did hear someone in the background say Nolan is about to DIE. I did hear that very well. Okay, let's finish playing that.
If you listen closely, you can hear them say Nolan is about to die at 16 seconds.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the water coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey,
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Atkerson. I think it's Jerry Atkerson.
If you listen closely, you can hear them say Nolan is about to die at 16.
So we heard that video for the 1 billion time, okay? And I still hear what I heard originally. Nolan, get the F up or wake the fuck up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I know they said something similar to that. Now, I did hear, oh my God, he's about to pass on, or Nolan don't DIE or something like that. So I did hear additional voices, okay? Now, as far as this being legit, I don't understand why someone would make up a video. For what purpose? For what purpose? So let's see. And they said this is a frantic call. I don't think so. I think that the caller was too busy watching what was going on with Nolan. He was kind of distracted because a lot of times that 911 call, not 911, that CTO dispatcher would have to repeat stuff a couple of times, and that you can tell that he was distracted by something that was transpiring outside of his, where his phone was at, his cell phone, where he's on his cell phone at. If you are calling because you think your boat is gonna sink, trust me, you're gonna be very, very hyped up. You're gonna be scared, all of that. Okay, and I didn't hear that. Period. So let's see what's going on down here. Okay, let's see. And of course, it is a female. It sounds like a female was there. I told y'all when I heard it originally, I said it sounds like a female voice saying bro or bruh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see what else I got over here, these messages. Okay. So let's see. No, not this. I was getting ready to look up. Oh, I said I was going to go. I know what I said I was going to do. I said I was going to look at these messages. Let's try this again. That's what I said. Okay, so we saw that. Okay, let's just listen to this one right here.
People are wondering about the Nolan Wells thing, about the autopsy. And no, obviously, you shouldn't trust Mississippi for crimes against people of color. A lot of people are asking, what is a bilge pump? So I live on a boat. I'm going to show you what a bilge pump is. It's really gross. See my engine? There's a pump down there in a hole. That's my bilge pump.
Okay.
When water rises, see, if I get water inside my sole, anywhere through here in my engine room, there's a float switch. The float will rise, which will kick on the bilge pump. Then the bilge pump will push water out to the outside. Now, the interesting thing that I don't see a lot of people asking is, if a bilge pump is off, and I'm going to show you, bilge pump's off. Bilge pump not working. I just turned it off. Does that inherently mean that your boat is taking on water? No, it does not mean that. It's off. It's not taking on water. That's because your bilge can be off. Doesn't necessarily mean that your boat will be taking on water. There has to be a main issue. The bilge pump fixes a wet boat, or all boats get wet. Every single boat needs to get pumped out. If you ever randomly see a boat peeing and then it stops really quickly, that's probably a bilge. If you see one that's going on for a long time, that's probably just the through hole for like a sink or something. But those little you see the side of the boat, that's a bilge pump. Or it could be wet exhaust too if their engine's on. But they're easy to identify. I haven't seen what's going on with the actual boat and what the problem was. But it doesn't make sense to me. What did they take on a wake and then they couldn't just shovel it out fast enough? Everyone was accounted for and the boat's taking on water. And everyone just accepts that the bilge pump is why the boat is sinking, which makes no sense. And anyone on that radio call would know that. I don't know, Mississippi Man, it's like Chinatown, the movie, not an actual Chinatown. People are wondering about the Nolan Wells thing, about the autopsy. And no.
So she just told us a little bit about the boat and the I forgot you pronounced that already. The thing, the little pump thing. She showed us that too, and everything. So now you have a better idea what I think Rowan was saying when he was describing everything. Okay, let's go ahead and watch this right here.
So the guy who has publicly stated that he is Nolan Wells' best friend, despite Nolan's mother saying that this is not his best friend.
Never met him. So to say, best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch.
Did an interview with Officer Tatum, in which, in my opinion, he proves that he's not Nolan's best friend right off the bat by saying that Nolan Wells' biological father is his stepdad. He refers to him as his stepfather. Listen here.
His mom and from his stepdad.
And honestly, one of the most alarming things he said in this interview is that Ocean Springs has Ocean Springs back and we're going to fight for each other, which sounds like you guys would cover some stuff up if you're asking for my personal opinion.
We might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back.
Then he tries to make it a point to say that Nolan Wells is not truly black because he's 1/4 Asian. So this really isn't really a race issue. And the fact that people aren't mentioning that he's Asian is a problem, according to this guy.
Nolan wasn't fully black. You don't hear that, though.
And we all know that Nolan Wells is black presenting, and it doesn't matter if he's 1/4 Asian. In America, you're considered an African American, and everyone knows that. And then on top of that, this guy decides to complain about the black community and saying, I'm supposed to be one of y'all. Y'all are supposed to have my back. But at the same time, he's bashing the black community.
And I'm supposed to be one of y'all? And you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together?
And also stating that his white family is the one that's always had his back, and he wasn't raised with his black family.
The only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family.
So while he's trying to say that Nolan Wells wasn't truly black and that he's biracial and all these things, he also likes to point out the fact that Nolan Wells is not the only black guy out there. I'm black and I was out there.
There was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Too. But didn't you just say 2 seconds ago that Nolan Wells isn't truly black because he's 1/4 Asian? And then he goes on to say that he chose Officer Tatum because they have the same morals. They're both MAGA. In this interview, he tried to make Nolan's mom seem like a liar by saying that, no, I am his friend and you know me. If you truly cared about this family and you truly cared about Nolan, you would shut up and stop doing it.
Right.
So the guy who has publicly stated that he is Nolan Wells' best friend, despite Nolan's mother saying that.
I think he was more damn hurt the fact that I guess those black friends, was mad at him. And they probably turned their nose up at his ass because they figured he should be, with them and, trying to get justice for Nolan Wells. So I think he definitely has a chip on his shoulder about that, And let's see what you're saying over here, Jermaine. Y'all been writing up a lot of little messages. Yep, we heard it. I don't know why they keep on saying Nolan's name and stuff. I really don't. No. That's kind of weird. You know why they saying it, because they know what happened to him. That's why they said it. Okay, let's go to the next video. I think this is that one. Okay, let's see this. I heard somebody cussing back there. Let's see. was sitting right there, you know, on an interview with Tatum. Why come Tatum did not tell him or ask him to reenact, you know, reenact that little part of his altercation, the part they keep playing online, so we can determine if that's Nolan or if it's you. I don't know why he didn't ask him to do that. So let's see what else we got here. Okay, let's see. I just played that one.
I've received several requests to look at Nolan Wells' friend, Warren Hudson. After reviewing several photos, the first thing that jumps out is that this is a very unhappy young man. He is not smiling in not one photo. Given what I consider to be a more deflated disposition in pretty much every photo that I reviewed of him, I would say it's very likely that his basic needs were met, but not his emotional needs. He very likely has a parent that has been very hard on him. This is further reinforced by his exaggerated, proud chest and high chin, which demonstrate someone who most likely operates more from ego and bravado. You can expect a person with this disposition to be highly competitive in nature. That competitive nature can definitely serve him well professionally and maybe even in team sports. However, it could usually be to a person's detriment personally. And the tightness in his mouth and disposition indicate that he will very likely be a more inflexible and fixed personality type. Next, I noticed in many of the photos, he is on the outer perimeter, kind of on the outskirts of the photos, which lets me know that he very likely feels like an outsider and does struggle to deeply connect with others. A person like this will very often have an aversion to happy-go-lucky people because they will see it as weakness and it is a constant reminder of their own discontent. I specialize in human behavior, body language, pattern recognition, and spiritual coaching. Follow for deeper insights into people from both the physical and spiritual perspectives. I've received several requests to look.
Okay, so what y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? While you're thinking about it, let me go ahead and show this next video. Let's see which one I want to show. I think we've seen that one already. Hold on for a second, you guys. Let's see if I can find that. I don't know what I did with that video. Let's see what you said. You said she never said he wasn't Nolan's friend. She just said he wasn't his best friend, right? See, they doing the very same thing that they are accusing us of doing in regards to that audio. Okay? They're doing the very same thing. And let me go back to this right here. Trying to go back to my thing. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to find the damn screen. Well, hold on. Here it is right here.
Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview because this boy now is more suspicious than he's ever been. First red flag was the fact that he said the boat was sinking. Everybody on the boat was screaming at Nolan to get into the boat. Nolan refused to get into the boat. He then said that the only people that heard this interaction between him and Nolan were the people that were on the boat. So out of the thousands of individuals out there in Horn Island, nobody heard this interaction between you and Nolan, but only the people on the boat. Then he turned around and says, no, Katie says she heard it too because Katie texted his friend, which he has evidence of, saying that she heard the interaction between Nolan and them on the boat. The second red flag to me is what happened at Fort Bayou, because he said they had to drive 42-something miles an hour to get the water out of the boat. Once they had to all stand at the front of the boat. Once the water got out of the boat in Fort Bayou, they had to all jump out of the boat so the boy could put the plug into the boat so that the boat could stay afloat. What happened at Fort Bayou? Something happened at Fort Bayou. Y'all not being honest with that part right there. Then you call his mother at 11 o'clock. Okay, cool. You call his mother. You got his numbers from his homeboy. You called her two or three times. She picked up. You tell her what's going on. Okay, cool. You then called the Coast Guard, and then that was it. And see, the problem I have with that, because continuously throughout the interview, you talk about that's your friend, that's your brother, you know, that's somebody you're extremely close to, you've known for a long time, you were extremely hurt, you broke down in your other homeboy's arms when you found out about the death, but yet still, after knowing that you haven't heard from him and you were so concerned that you called the Coast Guard, you didn't ask your buddy, hey, yo, can we use your boat? Let's go out here and try to find him. None of that. Y'all all continued partying and you went home. Strange. And you want to know what the even crazier part about the whole situation is? He said the following day, his stepfather was on Facebook like, yo, this your homeboy. Like, what's going on? He over there, oh no. No. He said he wanted to stay out there on the island with a turtle, so we just left him out there on the island. His stepfather then had to tell him, let's go look for him. His stepfather had a boat the whole fucking time. If he really cared about him, he would have woke his stepfather up, which he lives with. He would have woke his stepfather up, and they would have got on a fucking boat,
right?
And they would have went out there in that water, and they would have went and looked for Nolan.
Right.
So the reason why he didn't wake up the people that had a boat to go look for him, he got something to do with it. Something happened at Fort Bayou. Something happened at Fort Bayou. I don't believe it was a party. I believe something happened at Fort Bayou. Also, the fact they said they went out there the next day and he seen planes, boats, helicopters, marine life. They searched not Horn Island, the entire area, and could not find his body.
So good.
Because it was at Fort Bayou. Allegedly. That's what I believe. They need to confiscate all the phones of everyone who was involved. All those phones need to be confiscated, and those group chats and those messages need to be revealed. That's the only way you're going to get to the truth. Thank you, Officer Tatum, for
conducting. He made some great points. They definitely need to take a look at all those phones, okay? Even though they probably deleted stuff. But like we discussed last week, even when you delete stuff, you can still find traces of messages and, you know, things of that nature. So they definitely should have went on and looked at all those kids' phones and stuff. They definitely should have done that, because, I mean, no telling what they had on it, you know, if they would have did that initially. But he made some good points, okay, in his video. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. Let's see. Did we see this party, y'all? This is the one you just sent me. And this is Nolan on the boat, right? Let's see. Okay, that's the one we just saw.
Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview, because this boy now is more suspicious.
I've received several requests to look at
already.
Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview, because this boy now is more suspicious.
This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like it had, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not, he's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Yeah, it's not completely suspicious that the GPS data points are completely different on the app whose data you can delete, Snapchat, versus the one that you can't delete, Life 360. And in addition, it sounded like you weren't forthcoming with giving Nolan's phone back.
How were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
Potentially and allegedly, of course, because you were needing that time to try to get access into Nolan's phone to alter said data. So I thought I would quickly let you know how storage on phones work. So when you delete a file on your phone, like let's say a photo or a video, your phone doesn't like eviscerate the file, set it on fire, and just make it disappear. When you delete a file off your phone, computer, hard drive, or whatever, it essentially deletes, you know, like a shortcut that you put on your desktop. It deletes a marker for that file, essentially stating, hey, this is a file you should know about. And like, for instance, if you delete one of these shortcuts, you might forget about the file because you're no longer actively working on it. And maybe you have a setting on your computer that's like, delete files after X amount of days. But instead of days, it waits until it needs that spot to store another file again. So essentially, unless you completely replace the storage unit, whether it's your phone, computer, or a hard drive, completely with new data, essentially it's probably still there. And even after you replace it, there's still remnants there. That's why data recovery specialists are able to recover data even after you delete or even after a hard drive gets wiped out. And also, GPS data is typically recorded with the cell phone service providers. So basically, it doesn't matter what you deleted because they're going to be able to recover that information. This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life360 location. So when I pulled up Life360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Yeah, it's not completely suspicious that the GPS data points are completely different on the app whose data you can delete, Snapchat, versus the one that you can't delete, Life360. And in addition, it sounded like you weren't forthcoming with giving Nolan's phone back.
How were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
Potentially and allegedly, of course, because you were needing that time to try to get access into Nolan's phone to alter said data. So I thought I would quickly let you know how storage on phones work. So when you delete a file on your phone, like let's say a photo or a video, your phone doesn't like eviscerate the file, set it on fire, and just make it disappear. When you delete a file off your phone, computer, hard drive, or whatever, it essentially deletes, like a shortcut that you put on your desktop. It deletes a marker for that file, essentially stating, hey, this is a file you should know about. And like, for instance, if you delete one of these shortcuts, you might forget about the file because you're no longer actively working on it. And maybe you have a setting on your computer that's like, delete files after X amount of days. But instead of days, it waits until it needs that spot to store another file again. So essentially, unless you completely replace the storage unit, whether it's your phone, computer, or a hard drive, completely with new data, essentially it's probably still there. And even after you replace it, there's still remnants there. That's why data recovery specialists are able to recover data even after you delete or even after a hard drive gets wiped out. And also, GPS data is typically recorded with the cell phone service providers. So basically, it doesn't matter what you deleted because they're going to be able to recover that information. This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life360 location. So when I pulled up Life360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Yeah, it's not completely suspicious that the GPS data points are completely different on the app whose data you can delete, Snapchat, versus the one that you can't delete, Life360. And in addition, it sounded like you weren't forthcoming with giving Nolan's phone back.
How were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
Potentially and allegedly, of course, because you were needing that time to try to get access into Nolan's phone to alter said data. So I thought I would quickly let you know how storage on phones work. So when you delete a file on your phone, like let's say a photo or a video, your phone doesn't like eviscerate the file, set it on fire, and just make it disappear. When you delete a file off your phone, computer, hard drive, or whatever, it essentially deletes, like a shortcut that you put on your desktop. It deletes a marker for that file, essentially stating, hey, this is a file you should know about. And like, for instance, if you delete one of these shortcuts, you might forget about the file because you're no longer actively working on it. And maybe you have a setting on your computer that's like, delete files after X amount of days. But instead of days, it waits until it needs that spot to store another file again. So essentially, unless you completely replace the storage unit, whether it's your phone, computer, or a hard drive, completely with new data, essentially it's probably still there. And even after you replace it, there's still remnants there. That's why data recovery specialists are able to recover data even after you delete or even after a hard drive gets wiped out. And also, GPS data is typically recorded with the cell phone service providers. So basically, it doesn't matter what you deleted because they're going to be able to recover that information. This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life360 location. So when I pulled up Life360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Yeah, it's not completely suspicious that the GPS data points are completely different on the app whose data you can delete, Snapchat, versus the one that you can't delete, Life360. And in addition, it sounded like you weren't forthcoming with giving Nolan's phone back.
How were you able to get the phone? So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
Potentially and allegedly, of course, because you were needing that time to try to get access into Nolan's phone to alter said data. So I thought I would quickly let you know how storage on phones work. So when you delete a file on your phone, like let's say a photo or a video, your phone doesn't like eviscerate the file, set it on fire, and just make it disappear. When you delete a file off your phone, computer, hard drive, or whatever, it essentially deletes, like a shortcut that you put on your desktop. It deletes a marker for that file, essentially stating, hey, this is a file you should know about. And like, for instance, if you delete one of these shortcuts, you might forget about the file because you're no longer actively working on it. And maybe you have a setting on your computer that's like delete files after X amount of days. But instead of days, it waits until it needs that spot to store another file again. So essentially, unless you completely replace the storage unit, whether it's your phone, computer, or a hard drive, completely with new data, essentially, it's probably still there. And even after you replace it, there's still remnants there. That's why data recovery specialists are able to recover data even after you delete or even after a hard drive gets wiped out. And also, GPS data is typically recorded with the cell phone service providers. So basically, it doesn't matter what you deleted because they're going to be able to recover that information. This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life360 location. So when I pulled up Life360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Yeah, it's not completely suspicious that the GPS data points are completely different on the app whose data you can delete, Snapchat, versus the one that you can't delete, Life360. And in addition, it sounded like you weren't forthcoming with giving Nolan's phone back.
How were you able to get the phone? So we tracked it, and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
Potentially and allegedly, of course, because you were needing that time to try to get access into Nolan's phone to alter said data. So I thought I would quickly let you know how storage on phones work. So when you delete a file on your phone, like let's say a photo or a video, your phone doesn't like eviscerate the file, set it on fire, and just make it disappear. When you delete a file off your phone, computer, hard drive, or whatever, it essentially deletes, like a shortcut that you put on your desktop. It deletes a marker for that file, essentially stating, hey, this is a file you should know about. And like, for instance, if you delete one of these shortcuts, you might forget about the file because you're no longer actively working on it. And maybe you have a setting on your computer that's like delete files after X amount of days. But instead of days, it waits until it needs that spot to store another file again. So essentially, unless you completely replace the storage unit, whether it's your phone, computer, or a hard drive, completely with new data, essentially, it's probably still there. And even after you replace it, there's still remnants there. That's why data recovery specialists are able to recover data even after you delete or even after a hard drive gets wiped out. And also, GPS data is typically recorded with the cell phone service providers. So basically, it doesn't matter what you deleted because they're going to be able to recover that information. This video is for Nolan Wells' friends. If you aren't Nolan Wells' friends, feel free to stay, but this video is for them. So it sounds like you guys might have deleted some of the files off of Nolan's phone.
We're pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life360 location. So when I pulled up Life360, it was different. It was showing everywhere.
Okay, so the thing is this right here. if they actually wanted to be not trying to, it seems like they are trying to hide stuff, okay? If they wanted to actually be more truthful, they would do everything they need to do on this case and let us know what they come up with versus how they doing everything. I believe that they have a lot more information than what they are displaying to us. So they definitely need to check the history, of everything, the boat and all of that. They need to check everything. They need to check all of their phones. They should have, because now it's probably too late. They should have did everything. Not saying that they actually had something to do with it, but just because, they were all there together and stuff. Just check everything just to be on the safe side, because you never know. Okay, let's go to the next one.
But there was something else that I found to be a little bit problematic in Ashley Cole's statement about Nolan Wells. And so I'm going to put her words back on the screen. I'm not going to read them. I'm going to put them back on screen because I want to show you something. Take a look at the highlighted part. Do you see how she says, yes, I am a judge. I also value transparency. That's two separate sentences, and that's by design. And now that you've seen that, I want to tell you something else. The structure of a closing argument is to establish credibility, deny motive, and reframe the story. Now, if you read Ashley Cole's entire statement as a unit, does that not appear what she is doing? Because see, the reason why she made those two separate statements is because she is trying to give you reasons to trust her. She is using her judgeship, but then she also uses the word also to stack transparency on top of the judgeship so that we would trust her in what she is saying while she denies motive and then reframes the story to point back at the family of Nolan Wells. But see, that all comes back to that highlighted part. And the reason why I showed you that is because I decided to take a look at the code of conduct for Mississippi judges, and I want to show you something else. Allow me to point you to Canon 2, Section 2B of the Judicial Code of Conduct adopted by the Mississippi State Supreme Court back in 2002. That's a lot of words, but that's what we're looking at. Anyway, specifically, look at the highlighted portion. I'm going to read it to you. Judges shall not lend the prestige of their offices to advance the private interest of the judges or others, nor shall judges convey or permit others to convey the impression that they are in a special position to influence the judges. In addition to pointing out that code of conduct rule, I also want to point out something to you in the preamble because it's also important. The commentary is not intended as a statement of additional rules. When the text uses shall or shall not, it is intended to impose binding obligations, the violation of which can result in disciplinary action. Okay, so this isn't something that's like you have a choice. See, me personally, I believe her statement should be evaluated for a potential violation of the Judicial Code of Conduct because she invokes her judicial office while vouching for Warren's account. And Canon 2B specifically says you cannot use the office to advance another person's private interests. So that statement alone is worth an evaluation, in my opinion. In addition to that one sentence hitting Canon 2B, I also think her statement in its entirety should be evaluated because Canon 2A, which is page 7 of the same fucking document, says that a judge at all times should act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the impartiality and integrity of the judiciary.
Yes,
and her releasing that statement does not do that. So that's two things that should be evaluated, in my opinion, if we want to be fair here. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Peace. But there was something else that I found.
And I tell you what, and it never will be, because the whole thing may just be, they may be just covering up some things, just from the things that they haven't done, or at least they haven't, it doesn't appear that they have done certain things, like, for example, the phones, all these different stories and stuff, they're changing up a little bit, Warren, I think that's Warren, the one who did the interview. In his interview, it was a couple of things he had said. I'm trying to think what it was. And then the next time he didn't say it, the same way. I'm trying to think one example. Let me think. I can't remember exactly what did he say, because I don't listen to so much stuff regarding this entire case and everything, but I don't think, what did he say? I think he was talking about the boat, if I'm not mistaken. Jermaine, do you remember we may have to go listen to the whole interview, but I think he was talking about the boat, if I'm not mistaken. Let me think. I don't know, but when I figure it out, I'll let you guys know, because it's so much, like I said before. Let's go ahead and look at this next video, and while I'm watching it, maybe I'll remember.
Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview because this boy now is more suspicious than he's ever been. First red flag was the fact that he said the boat was sinking. Everybody on the boat was screaming at Nolan to get into the boat. Nolan refused to get into the boat. He then said that the only people that heard this interaction between him and Nolan were the people that were on the boat. So out of the thousands of individuals out there in Horn Island, nobody heard this interaction between you and Nolan, but only the people on the boat. Then he turned around and says, no, Katie said she heard it too because Katie texted his friend, which he has evidence of, saying that she heard the interaction between Nolan and them on the boat. The second red flag to me is what happened at Fort Bayou, because he said they had to drive 42 something miles an hour to get the water out of the boat. Once they had all stand at the front of the boat. Once the water got out of the boat at Fort Bayou, they had to all jump out of the boat so the boy could put the plug into the boat so that the boat could stay afloat. What happened at Fort Bayou? Something happened at Fort Bayou. Y'all not being honest with that part right there. Then you call his mother at 11 o'clock. Okay, cool. You call his mother. You got his numbers from his homeboy. You called her two or three times. She picks up. You tell her what's going on. Okay, cool. You then call the Coast Guard, and then that was it. And see, the problem I have with that, because continuously throughout the interview, you talk about that's your friend, that's your brother, that's somebody you're extremely close to, you've known for a long time, you were extremely hurt, you broke down in your other homeboy's arms when you found out about the death, but yet still, after knowing that you haven't heard from him and you were so concerned that you called the Coast Guard, you didn't ask your buddy, hey, yo, can we use your boat? Let's go out here and try to find him. None of that. Y'all all continued partying and you went home. Strange. And you want to know what the even crazier part about the whole situation is? He said the following day, his stepfather was on Facebook like, yo, this your homeboy. Like, what's going on? He over there, oh no. Oh no. He said he wanted to stay out there on the island with a girl, so we just left him out there on the island. His stepfather then had to tell him, let's go look for him. His stepfather had a boat the whole fucking time. If he really cared about him, he would have woke his stepfather up, which he lives with. He would have woke his stepfather up, and they would have got on a fucking boat, and they would have went out there in the water, and they would have went and looked for Nolan. So the reason why he didn't wake up the people that had a boat to go look for him, he got something to do with it. Something happened at Fort Bayou. Something happened at Fort Bayou. I don't believe it was a party. I believe something happened at Fort Bayou. Also, the fact they said they went out there the next day and he seen planes, boats, helicopters, marine life. They searched not Horn Island, the entire area, and could not find his body because it was at Fort Bayou. Allegedly. That's what I believe. They need to confiscate all the phones of everyone who was involved. All those phones need to be confiscated, and those group chats and those messages need to be revealed. That's the only way you're going to get to the truth. Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview because this boy now is more suspicious than he's.
And the thing about it, they are never going to do that, because if they was going to do that, they would have did it already. Okay, that's why I say it's probably a little cover-up, because a lot of stuff that you would normally do, it wasn't done. Okay. Taking everybody's phone, checking it out. Number one. Okay. They should have definitely did that. Okay, they should have took all of the kids' phones, look at everything they were doing on there. Okay. And make sure that people are telling the truth, in which they did not do that. They could have questioned everyone too about this entire incident, because I think at least the other dudes did not do any type of interviews. This dude right here did one, and then Tristan did one. Okay, the other ones didn't. Okay, but the thing is, I believe that they should have questioned the police, all of them. Asking them. Basically not really interrogating them, but asking them questions about what was going on, about the boat situation, when the last time they seen Nolan. Just more questions about him going off of Katie. Did any one of them know Katie before this? Because that's another thing we don't know for sure if any of them knew Katie before. Okay. And if Nolan knew Katie before, because he could have known her already. I don't know for sure. I think they said they did know each other, but I don't know for sure. They got the rumors up online saying that Bart allegedly knew her, but I don't know if that's for sure. But the thing is, I just think they should have questioned them more in depth about Katie, and maybe they probably already talked to Katie in depth and stuff, because this is weird. I mean, he goes off with Katie, and then he's finished with Katie. She said that he left her at around 3 or 3:30, and she said she assumed that he was going back to get on the boat with the people he came with, but she doesn't know 100%. So it's like that whole thing right there is just weird, you know what I'm saying? Because how can all these people be out there and no one knows exactly what happened? And then you got these other two witnesses who claim they saw him at around 6 o'clock, but these two witnesses didn't say nothing before about this. That all of a sudden now these two witnesses come out, they see Nolan, which is kind of weird, because you would think they would have came out from the get-go if they saw him at 6. So I don't know if I believe that. I need to see evidence or something where they actually saw him. I don't know, something that we can validate to know that they actually saw him. And some people, well, I know one person in particular said that he appeared to be heavily intoxicated. His speech was slurred. He was walking like he was drunk. So if you saw him doing, heavy intoxicated, he's walking funny and all of that, why didn't you go over there and see if he's okay and, direct him back to the boat, even if he didn't want to get on it, because he's like too messed up to be out there by himself. So all this stuff, like I said, I don't know if the police asked them anything about this, because they could have, and just not telling us. But I'm just saying they should have been questioning everybody more in depth, making sure, and looking at their phones. The boat thing is weird. You're going to call the boat saying, you're going to call the sea tow people saying that your boat is sinking, and you don't want the Coast Guard to come. You don't want the Coast Guard to come, but yet your boat is sinking. And if that audio is true, you would think that they would be investigating that, because even though a lot of people keep saying that we are hearing what we want to hear, you can clearly hear the part where somebody is saying, Nolan, get the F up or wake the F up. So what's that about? And you can clearly hear, oh my God. And you can hear broad, which that doesn't really mean anything, but that Nolan, get the F up or wake the F up. If he was just asleep, no one would be talking like that. They wouldn't be saying that, which like the way they said it, with so much what is this word I'm looking for? With so much intensity, I guess. They would just say, Nolan, get up. Nolan, wake up. They wouldn't be like, Nolan, wake the fuck up. And, you wouldn't be saying it like that. Just like you can clearly tell that Warren, was that Warren? Yeah. Was distracted when he was talking on the phone. And I get their names mixed up, so y'all know who I'm talking about. He sounded like he was distracted. And if this would have been like a regular, I don't know, if this would have been different, right? Just say if it would have been a white kid that was missing, unalived, all this other stuff, and it would have been a bunch of black kids acting the same way, good and dead going well, the police would be checking that out 100%. You hear all this commotion in the background. He sounds like he's distracted. He wasn't even paying attention to what the lady was saying on the phone. That's why he was like, huh? Because he was looking at something else. And what was he looking at? And then the other video that Tatum put up, is that a true video of that day or what? Or around the same time or what? And how do we know, if just say if it was Nolan, how do we know it was the same boat? Maybe it was a different boat that he was on. It's a lot of unanswered questions, like I just said before. There's a lot of weirdness going on with this entire situation. And I just think a lot of people think it just sounds like a cover-up. I don't know if it is for real, but it just sounds weird. There's a lot of stuff they should have been checking out if they didn't check it out, because they may have checked out a lot of stuff and just not telling us. But they definitely, needed to, check out all this stuff and make sure these kids are telling the truth about all this stuff. Because there's no way out of all those people who were on that island, and I know everybody couldn't be sloppy drunk or even drunk. Some people don't drink. You can't convince me that no one saw him walking around in the water or whatever. And I don't believe he was in that water like that anyway. I sure don't. I don't believe he was in the water like that. I believe that something happened. I believe he did get back on that boat. And you hear the key stuff I'm saying. I say I believe. And I believe something happened. Whether it be altercation or they was all getting high or something, or whatever the case is. And something happened, and then, how kids get scared, grown-ups do. Grown-ups will get scared. Like say, for example, if y'all be doing stuff, getting high, whatever the case is, getting lit, and, the DRUGS affect you differently. You know what I'm saying? So something happens, you get unconscious or pass out, or you even pass on, and people get scared and they don't know what to do. They don't want to get in trouble or anything like that. So then they try to cover everything up by doing whatever they think they need to do. So who's to say something like that did not happen? Or like people are saying, a fight could have happened. A fight could have happened. And then once the fight, it could have got out of hand and, he got unalived or whatever the case is. And then once again, to cover it up, you throw the person in the water so they can think the person drowned. And they could have had the body on the boat, on a different boat, right? Until it was safe to come back and put him off the boat. You just never know. And I'm not saying that they actually did this. I'm just throwing out different theories because we don't know what exactly happened. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe he just walked out into some water because he was intoxicated. Shit, he was there before. I'm pretty sure all the other times he was there, he was intoxicated then. So I don't believe all the stuff they're saying and stuff. I don't know which one it is, but I don't believe that he just went out into that water like that and just, drowned or some shit. I don't believe that. Just like I don't believe that nobody saw him on that island. And that's another thing too. That phone situation, they say he left his phone. But his mom said, and she said it again, that he loved taking pictures and videos. He even asked her to take a picture late at night one time or a bunch of times. She said it wasn't even weird that he would do that because he would just basically randomly do stuff like that. So if she said that he always took pictures and videos, he was doing that all the time. So how all of a sudden this kid who is normally doing this, how all of a sudden he doesn't do it on 4th of July? I don't believe that. I don't believe he didn't take any pictures. I don't believe he didn't do anything like that. And why the police is not checking it out, I just don't understand it. But like hold on for a second. Was that an earthquake? Oh, let me check to see. Okay, hold on, y'all. My ass be hearing them earthquakes, y'all. Y'all just don't know. Let me make sure. I don't think so. They may have been, like, sometimes I can hear the military doing stuff. And I don't know what they be doing on that damn base. But I don't forgot what I was damn saying, y'all. Man, I don't need to be living out here with no earthquakes and shit. But anyway, God, I forgot what I was saying about him. Y'all love Officer Tatum, don't y'all? No, I'll look at that in 1 second. Hold on. I forgot what I was damn saying a few minutes ago. Shit, before I thought I heard something weird. But I feel like I just think a lot of stuff they should be checking out more in depth. Okay, in depth. I mean, there's a lot of weird shit with this right here. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I'm still looking at this earthquake. So hold on for a minute. Make sure. Hold me up for a second. Ow! Shut up, girl. She about somebody scary. Child, I got to make sure. Shit. Man, that's probably like the military. I don't know what the hell they be doing out here, okay? That's probably what it was. She said no, she didn't feel no earthquake. Please. I bet you they had somewhere, one somewhere. I bet you they did. But anyway, I mean, I forgot what I was talking about. Anyway, let me see what y'all said over here in this chat. That shit woke me completely up. No. Oh my God. Hey to everybody in the chat, okay? Let's see. Let me see if I can put that in the thing real quick. I forgot exactly what I was saying when I felt that damn. Well, I really heard something more than I felt something. Sometimes you can hear earthquake. You know, you can hear the rattling sound. That's what I thought. But that was probably like the military base. Sometimes you can hear them when they be, I don't know what they be doing out there. They be doing something. I don't want to say, but they be doing something. Talking about somebody scary. I don't like no earthquakes, y'all. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like them. It feels so damn weird. My ass will stay up all night if I thought it was an earthquake. Let's see. I know one time I was doing a live and we had a little small earthquake. It was so damn funny. I was actually doing a video, a Dollar Tree video or something like that. It's not a strike that you'll get just a copyright claim, okay? And all I do is just take the stuff out, you know. I just basically just take the video stuff, whatever it is, they'll send me a copyright claim and I'll just take the music or whatever it is or cut that section out, trim it out. It's no big deal because the thing is, when I first do these lives, usually whomever is going to watch it, they watch it right then and there. You said I'm reading these messages. That's because I'm tired, okay? Point blank, Jermaine, okay? Let me see if I can get this on here. He come call. Oh man, I'm sitting up here watching that video. I really was. But you know, it's late at night. It's 1:30 something. Actually, it's 2 o'clock now, so it's late. Let me see. I'm not, if this is on YouTube, I'm not gonna play it because I did play I think one of his videos on YouTube. I don't like playing stuff off YouTube because you will get a copyright claim, not a strike and stuff, and then you just basically have to, you know, remove it from the video. So I try not to really play anything from YouTube. So that's the one. Let's see. Me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, into the effect of you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Who said that on his video on West Seal? New information released. But I bet you I ain't sleepy now because that dang, I'm telling you, that probably was some type of little small earthquake. I'm going to wait when I check my phone again and see, because it takes a minute to come through. Let's see if they got it on here. A lot of people are not doing those claim things because they want you to put this stuff. They want you to put this up about this dude. Let me see if we can pull that up like that. I don't know if we'll be able to pull it up. This must be it, right? Is this it? New update on Nolan Wells case. That's the one right there. We already know the state autopsy is complete, and they're going to release it after the grand jury sees it. After they make their decision. I don't see that. I know some too, but I don't want to share it off of YouTube. Let's see what we got here. Jermaine, I'm still laughing about that. Let's see. This is officer. Okay, we already know. We saw that already. So I don't know. Like I said, I would basically have to show that from YouTube, and I'm not going to show too many videos from YouTube. But I didn't see that, and I have been watching some of his stuff. Even though I don't like this dude, but yeah, I watched some of his stuff, but not everything. Let's see this one right here, you guys. To a Nancy Grace.
Have the friends taken polygraphs?
Okay, so we saw that yesterday about the polygraphs and stuff, and she called him lying basically about that and stuff, and then she was like asking him certain questions, and then she finally said, "That's not a polygraph, okay? That's not the same thing." And he finally admitted that it wasn't. So that's the lie they're talking about. And thank you for letting me know about that wet seal, but I usually don't even get no copyright stuff besides the claims. You think that is it? That's the video right there, the one that I just showed. Update. Let me see. You talking about this right here? This.
And before we get to any of that, we're going to address the things that I just heard. People have reached out to me about something really concerning related to Nolan Wells and who may have seen him last before he passed away.
Okay, so this is it. Okay, so again, while I'm doing this live, it'll stay up. But if I get a claim, it'll be taken off. Okay, point blank.
Welcome to the Ox Tatum Show.
I want everybody in this room to have that same spirit, that same identity, carried it.
Let me just say this right off the bat. alcohol involved. What is being told to me that 100% there's cocaine involved. There's multiple people involved. People that may have seen Nolan last, but is not being truthful and coming forward as to what they saw, who was with him last. And we have various people that have come out or come to us with the information. And one was sent in a DM honing in on one particular person that may have been in an altercation with Nolan. Now, this appears to be post the phone call and the boys that I talked to who had already left. And I've been telling people that it appears that the young men that I interviewed had nothing to do with this. And the sentiment still continues. I have names. I know who these people are. My goal with this is to present it to law enforcement before I say anybody's name. But I'm going to let you guys know what I have heard so you can have a perspective, because when the autopsy comes out, or at least the toxicology results.
We did hear this, but we'll hear it again, okay? Let me rewind it a little bit.
And we have various people that have come out or come to us with the information. And one was sent in a DM honing in on one particular person that may have been in an altercation with Nolan. Now, this appears to be post the phone call and the boys that I talked to who had already left. And I've been telling people that it appears that the young men that I interviewed had nothing to do with this. And the sentiment still continues. I have names. I know who these people are. My goal with this is to present it to law enforcement.
So, I mean,
before I say anybody's name.
So, do y'all think law enforcement watches these videos? Because if he's saying all of this, don't you think that they would be asking him questions, since he said he know?
But I'm going to let you guys know what I have heard so you can have a perspective, because when the autopsy comes out, or at least the toxicology results comes out, it's going to prove whether or not people are saying things to me that are not true, or the sources that I believe are verified are accurate. Before we get to that, I need to follow up and dispel this mythical phone call, because I think people are still pushing this. And I've been telling you guys from the very beginning that I think that they're pushing people in the wrong direction. When you get information that leads you to believe that this group of people had nothing to do with it, you need to move on and look at other leads. And I feel like in this case, people are so hell-bent on making it about race and making it specifically about these white boys like low-hanging fruit because they reported he was missing. They seen him on a day of the thing. Y'all just jumping into conclusions, making it about them.
I hate to interrupt you. I told y'all I felt a little small earthquake. I knew that I was not tripping out. My ass was up here half asleep. And when I heard it, and I felt some little shaky. And I was like, I know getting there and going well. That's not an earthquake. Okay, they don't know what they talking about in that room. I knew I felt that. That's why I got to move from here, because I be feeling stuff and it don't even be that strong. Anyway, go ahead and finish listening to this. I knew it. I knew it.
Information that I got today, and I really been holding some of it for the last several days. I just needed to verify a few things, that people should have been going in another direction instead of wasting time with these boys that I had already been vindicated. Let's go to the tow call. This is on Nancy Grace's show. And hopefully I get an opportunity to talk to Nancy Grace about this, because I just feel like you have to be very mindful in doing due diligence before you put these things out on the internet, given the fact of the confusion that it could cause. Just real quick, this is why I don't believe that. I think people are hearing what they want to hear and not what is said. Either this is doctored, or people are hearing things that they want to hear and not what's said. Because there is verifiable proof from people that spoke to me and also law enforcement that people had seen Nolan after this call had occurred and after the boys had left already. So that creates an impossibility that someone can be talking about Nolan being dead if he's seen alive after this. And I'm being told
What? I got to rewind that, y'all. Sorry about this.
People are saying things to me that are not true, or the sources that I believe are verified are accurate. Before we get to that, I need to follow up and dispel this mythical phone call, because I think people are still pushing this. And I've been telling you guys from the very beginning that I think that they're pushing people in the wrong direction. When you get information that leads you to believe that this group of people had nothing to do with it, you need to move on and look at other leads. And I feel like in this case, people are so hell-bent on making it about race and making it specifically about these white boys like low-hanging fruit because they reported he was missing. They seen him on the day of the thing. Y'all just jumping into conclusions, making it about them. And with the information that I got today, and I really been holding some of it for the last several days, I just needed to verify a few things, that people should have been going in another direction instead of wasting time with these boys that I had already been vindicated. Let's go to the tow call, and this is on Nancy Grace's show.
The reason why people are still on those boys who have been vindicated, according to him, is because some of their stuff sounds weird. So what are you talking about? It sounds weird.
And hopefully I get an opportunity to talk to Nancy Grace about this, because I just feel like
I told y'all
you have to be very mindful in doing due diligence before you put these things out on the internet, given the fact of the confusion that it could cause. Just real quick, this is why I don't believe that. I think people are hearing what they want to hear and not what is said. Either this is doctored, or people are hearing things that they want to hear and not what's said. Because there is verifiable proof from people that spoke to me and also law enforcement that people had seen Nolan after this call had occurred and after the boys had left already. So that creates an impossibility that someone can be talking about Nolan being dead if he's seen alive after this. And I'm being told in some of the things that I've seen is that people have seen him alive right before 6 p.m., which is over an hour after this happened. All right, let's get to the clip, and we're going to...
If the people are not lying, okay? We don't know. I mean, until the police come out and tell us stuff, and we see some type of proof of these things that is being said, we can't believe this. Who are these two people who saw him alive? What did they see him doing? He was on the island. What was he doing? Just as sure as I knew I felt an earthquake a few minutes ago. And then, is this just as sure as I don't believe some of the stuff that I'm hearing? Where's the proof that these two people actually saw Nolan? Did y'all see any proof?
Further dispel this.
And what's the proof that they saw him at the time? They could have saw him, but it may have been earlier. And then, like I said before, all this time, people have been saying nobody saw Nolan on the island after 3 o'clock, after 4 o'clock. Why didn't anyone see him? Okay, so if two people saw him, why did they wait till now to come out? Why didn't they say something a long time ago?
With TMZ's reporting is...
Oh my God, I'm not about
How you feeling there, friend?
Now, go to the TMZ article real quick, the TMZ presentation. TMZ played this, all of the above. Y'all were DMing me to death about this on TMZ. Let me just read this real quick from what TMZ said. Evidence appears to show Nolan Wells was still on Horn Island when his friend's boats left. TMZ has learned. Sources with direct knowledge of the investigation claim authorities have evidence of Nolan being on the Mississippi Barrier Island. Let's see, after the boat departed on the 4th of July, which will be a huge development. We're told that at least 2 witnesses who were interviewed by law enforcement say that they saw Nolan on the island.
Okay, so if law enforcement interviewed these 2 witnesses, if this is true, why didn't they say we know that Nolan was still alive at 6 p.m. without even going into further explanation? Why didn't they say this?
After the boat headed back to the mainland. That's significant for many reasons. Now, what do you guys got to say about this? TMZ, who put it out, reiterated that there's people that are saying they saw Nolan afterwards. It continues. TMZ enhanced the audio.
First and foremost, we want to know who these 2 people are. Okay, that's the first thing. We want to know who these 2 people are. What proof do they have to back up their claims that they saw him at 6 o'clock? All right, we need to know these things. And like Jermaine said, 2 witnesses out of all those people. And more importantly, why didn't they say something early on? Because just as sure as we got this information now, we could have had this information a long time ago. Why wait until now to say something? It's like it's been planned. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's the correct word that I'm looking for, because but I think it is. It's like it's being planned, to throw people off. What is the word I'm looking for? To cover up something, okay? Put it like that. Because how convenient now these 2 witnesses magically come out and say they saw him on the island at 6, but a week ago, no one came out. See, once that audio played, that's what I was getting ready to say. Once the audio played, now magically 2 witnesses come out and say they saw him. They come out and say they saw him on the island. Hush, Pat. 2 witnesses comes out and say they saw Nolan on the island. Once that daggone audio was enhanced and you heard all that commotion in the background. I say this is very, very convenient. And it sounds like it's some sort of cover-up unless they come out with some evidence to support these 2 people claims that they saw him on the island at 6, point blank. Y'all believe everything that y'all hear on social media. And I mean that on everything. And that's nothing. Why won't they give Nolan's parents information about their son? And y'all got a whole lot of damn nerves. And now I'm going to tell y'all damn asses off. Y'all should have wished I would have never felt that earthquake, because I still would be up here half asleep. Y'all got a whole lot of nerve to think these 2 people, these parents, the mom and dad, should not be going after whomever they need to go after to find out what happened to their son. What the hell is wrong with y'all? Yes, you're going to go after whatever leads you need to go after to see what happened to your son. Whether it's an accident or whether someone did it, you want to find out. That's the hell. That is the reason why they're doing what they're doing. And then y'all coming up with all these different damn scenarios why they doing it. If it was your damn kid, you would be out there doing the same thing. Or something would be wrong with you if you didn't. That's cray-cray. Let's finish listening to this dude.
Nolan's friends' frantic call for help when their boat was sinking, and people believe you can hear someone saying, "Is he dead?" But our sources tell us people on the boat have heard the enhanced audio and are telling people around them the audio is only panic.
Stop this damn thing. You said those 2 witnesses are names that the 2 boys Tatum interviewed just gave them in the MDMR. One of those names, those boys threw out. The police talked to her. She hasn't seen Nolan in over a year. So they just lying again, huh? And this dude right here is a hot ass mess. I don't know why y'all act like he's God. For real, for real. I just don't know why.
From a boat sinking. If you put that in context, you can see exactly what's going on. Now, let's move on, because I was given this video. And here's a video of the actual boat as they're getting towed out. Do you see Nolan on this boat whatsoever? Now, I did this so we can get context. Now, the nut job lunatics that want to believe what they want to believe, don't worry about them. I'm talking of those of us who really care about getting to the bottom of this.
Well,
and just hold on with me, because we got
people believe certain things. It doesn't necessarily mean they are nut jobs. Hell, you seem like you could be a nut job. Let's keep it real on the, for real. Okay, because the thing is, none of us truly knows what happened. None of us. We're just looking at information, trying to figure out what happened. And if you have any direct knowledge, you should be going to the police. You should be up on YouTube telling people on YouTube. You should be at the damn police department first and foremost. And stop calling people nut jobs, because people believe however they want to believe and think however they want to think. Again, a young man, life has been lost. Okay, y'all should keep the same damn energy that y'all have for other kids who lose their life. What's going on back here with these damn cats? Y'all better stop and go to bed.
we got to get to the new stuff that I just heard before we run out of time.
You're right, Brittany. You said exactly. And if it wasn't a freak accident, why try to cover it up? Right. It does not make any sense. Okay. Because if it was an accident, then damn say it's an accident. You cannot convince me that no one knew exactly what happened to this dude. He could have got off the boat and never came back to the boat, for all we know. We don't know for sure. We just guessing. But the thing is, who saw him? Okay, he didn't just magically disappear off the island and then reappear. So all these witnesses, these two witnesses who came forward now, why didn't they come forward before? Before that audio was enhanced. In hell, before it was enhanced, we still heard this. Nolan, wake the fuck up. We still heard that. Or get the fuck up. You don't need no enhancement to hear that. TMZ played that. And then you want to renege. That's crazy. We're not talking about Carmelo. Okay? We are not talking about Carmelo. And if you start talking about him in this chat, I'm going to block you. We are talking about Nolan, not Carmelo. Y'all should have wished I was still sleepy up here, because now I'm getting ready to start tripping. All right? We are talking about Nolan Wells. That's it. I don't want to hear nobody else's name in this chat other than Nolan Wells. Justice for him. We'll talk about Carmelo when he go back to damn court on the 19th and the 20th. And you don't know if he's guilty 100% for sure, because you were not there, okay? Point blank. Just because the court said, the jury said he was guilty, it doesn't mean that's 100% true. You said Nolan is not in that video of boat. He sure isn't. But can we see the entire video? That's the first thing. And what day was this video taken on? Who took this video? And we need to see the entire video. And where was this video taken from? And this just goes to show the fact that if this person is taking videos of a boat, if Nolan, when he was on that island or wherever he was at, he would want to take pictures too and videos, okay? And you can record videos without having a signal, and then you can upload it later on. They taking videos and shit and pictures, but yet try to pretend like Nolan would have did the same thing, that his phone was just absolutely nothing on it, and think we believe that shit. Let me tell y'all something. If you don't want someone to come up with theories, okay, well, don't do no stupid shit, okay? Don't do weird shit which will raise red flags to people. Don't do that. You know, good and damn well, this dude would have taken pictures before he got on the boat. When he was at the other dude's house, he probably would have took some pictures because he loved taking pictures and shit and doing videos. And what about the phone call log? Okay. Trayson, I believe, said that Nolan called him twice. And then he said he I don't know if he said, I can't remember if he said he called him back or not. I can't remember. But what happened to that? Was his phone call log also, you know, like the calls and stuff? Was that deleted too? Was that gone? And all his mom needs to do, all she needs to do is go either call the phone companies and have them send her, you don't even need a subpoena, have them send her a copy of his phone log. And it will show those phone calls on it. And as far as messages, you can get those too. You can also go like with my phone company, you can actually go into my account online, I believe, and you can see the last calls or whatever. I forget how far it goes back. So his mom could do that as well. Because there's no way I believe that this dude didn't have shit on his phone. No videos, no pictures. I don't believe that. I don't. But yes, somebody magically got this video of them on the boat when it was supposedly be sinking. They don't even look like they're in distress when you look at that video. And I'm sick of y'all taking up for these damn people too. All right. We don't know if they did anything. We don't know if they didn't do anything.
Of that. Now let me present something else to you, because this is a video of what it looked like.
And you say
Nolan
you got
is
it,
in
Ricky?
this video.
You know, I was watching someone, it may have been you, had that MDMR report up there. And, you know, I also have a copy of it, okay? Jermaine. Thank you, Jermaine.
Yo. We'll put the video up. Nolan is in this video. Put it on the screen. Pause it right here. So this was sent to us as well. I'm sure this video is circulating anyway.
Oh yeah, I just said that, Jermaine. You sent me the thing, so I just haven't read it to you guys, okay? Because there's a lot. I need to actually put it up on the screen and let you guys see it. I'm gonna see if I can get it off of my thing right quick. Hold on.
In the blue shorts, right where his butt is at. You move over at the edge of the boat in his butt, and that's actually Nolan standing in the water right there. I'm going to have the team play the video and pan it so you can see what environment they were in. Similarly, when the boat began to sink.
Honestly, we already seen this video. I think that's the video that I have already, you know, of Nolan in the water in blue, dark blue looking shorts.
Roll the clip.
Yeah, that's the same video. There's Nolan standing right there, okay? And we already know this. Okay, let's go on up.
Offering people cocaine.
What?
And some reliable sources. However, the only way to prove the truth in this is if I see it with my own eyes, if the law enforcement have the investigation of this, and also when the toxicology results come out.
Of course, but talking about with the CC stuff, the thing is, if he was doing it, all of them were doing it, okay? If you think for 1 minute, if he was doing the CC, I almost said it, and he's there with his boys, you know, good and damn well, they probably all were out there getting bent. See, what I thought initially is that they were all hanging out, whether it's on a boat, off the boat, or wherever, okay, and something happened. You know, maybe if they were doing the CC, maybe it affected him differently. It ended up with him, you know, being unalive. That's what I thought initially. You know, because like the altercation thing, he probably would have scars and stuff on him, and they did not say anything about that. But at the same time, they haven't revealed to us about the state autopsy, so we don't know for sure. The only thing that we know is about that little red bruise or something on the back of his head, right? But we don't know for sure what that is from. The only people who would know what that is from is the state, okay? And until we be able to hear that autopsy report or read it for ourselves or whatever you need to do, we won't really know. All we can do is guess, including he. He does not know, okay? Because the police is not going to release no information to anyone until the grand jury makes their decision. And they're going to look at that autopsy report to determine if they need to go ahead and proceed. I don't know if these kids, if they were doing any type of CC, that white candy. I'm pretty sure they could probably smoke some, WED, and was drinking. But I don't know about the other stuff. And if Nolan was doing that, I'm pretty sure all of them probably were. And it might have affected him in a different way, But again, that would show up, in the autopsy, even before the toxicology reports, because CC can cause people to have go into cardiac arrest. And I'm pretty sure they would know that immediately when they, examine him or whatever the case is. You would know that he had a heart attack, okay? So, but they didn't release anything, so we don't know for sure.
People are messaging me and telling me that
you said the coordinates.
There's heavy drinking.
Hold on. That they gave on that phone call doesn't even match the coordinates that is in the 15-page. And you know what, MDMR report. And I heard somebody else talking about that today. They were talking about the boat, the coordinates, and all that, and they said the exact same thing you just said, Brittany. Okay. Okay, I'll play it in 1 second. Let's finish listening to this. You said, in my opinion, Nolan seemed very smart, and he had the D1 football thing coming up that Monday, knowing he would be tested. I don't think he would. That's what we was talking about. We don't think he would, be doing that. Once we found out about his football stuff that his mom said he had to go to the next Monday. But, kids, they be having things that you can take to get stuff out your system, so you never know. Okay. I'm going to play that in a minute, Jermaine.
And there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first.
Did you go to the police? Did you go to the police yet? Because this was done 2 days ago. Did you go to the police and tell the police the person's name who you're talking about dealing with the CC stuff? Because if I had that information, I wouldn't be up on social media telling y'all about it. For one thing, I don't want nobody to know that I know. Okay, I'll be going to the police. Well, I don't know if I trust those police there, but I would be going to call it. I know he does not like Attorney Crump, but I would be going and let him know and let him deal with all of that. So let me read this long ass novella over here that this person wrote. Hold on. They were in 31 feet of water, is what the male said on the dispatch call. They wouldn't be able to stand in 31 foot of water unless they are randomly giants walking Earth again. So this could not have been a girl. You are smart. We didn't even think about that. He did say he was in 31 feet of water. First he said 16 or something, or I don't remember, something like that. And then he changed it to 31 feet of water. So you're right. They could not, 31 feet. That's a lot of water. So they could not have been at the same time. Wait a minute, hold on. So let's see. Unless they were giants, it's the only way they could be standing up like that. So they said, so this could not have been at the same time the boat was so-called sinking. As well, if the boat was sinking, why did no one around them see them sinking, right? And why wouldn't any one of those boats or people along with the music be heard during the call, right? That sounds like a lot of people, and you cannot hear a bunch of noise in the background of the call the same way the video has all that noise. So the video right here is probably more of when they first got there. Whoever has this video, give us the timestamp, please. And then also, just cause you see one kid with a bunch of hair, don't make it Nolan. Okay, there's a video photo out there with someone who also has the similar hair to Nolan, and they have on similar trunks that were wet. So that's probably not Nolan. And if they got towed back from 31 feet of water, then how come the people once again are standing up? And you can see there was it lines, so don't say they are swimming. They are clearly standing in about 3 to 4 feet of water, not 31 feet. These MFers here sucks at looking at so-called evidence. Seems a bunch of suspicious activity in that call, and contradicting evidence is showing this video is indeed not at the same time as the call. And that's what I was trying to say. We don't know what time the video was taking, okay, or anything. And now that this person pointed out the water thing, there's no way they could be standing up. And they don't look like they was in distress either. I don't know if the video was taken at the same time, just like she just said, or he, okay? And they don't have the timestamp, so it looks like it was deliberately sent, okay, to throw people off. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest. No timestamp. They do just like these people who claim they seen Bigfoot. The damn video be all blurry and shit, you know, because they be lying. Just like with a lot of other stuff, it be all blurry, but yet they can get a clear video for everything else. Doesn't even make any sense. Hold on, let's go look at that. I actually got the other one. Let me stop this dude right here because I don't really care for him anyway. Let me go back to the video.
Then I will disclose.
I think you gave me a video. Okay, hold on, let me go there. It's a good thing that earthquake happened because Shades would still be sleepy. Yeah. Oh man, this is a little thing to scare the hell out of me. Say, girl, wake your ass up. Anyway, let's look at it. Is this the video? Wait, hold on, let me stop this. Is that the video right there that he played the other video, right? But this is another video right here. Let me show y'all this video again, right? So this is supposed to be Nolan back there somewhere, right? Okay, this is a different video. They said I get somebody back. So they said Nolan is back here, okay? So this stay up crazy ass. Damn, I can't even read the damn thing of the damn voice. Hold on, y'all. Let's go back to that again. No, why it comes up like that all the time? Hold on, I don't want to read these crazy ass comments.
Thank you, Officer Tatum, for conducting this interview because this boy now is more suspicious than he's ever been. First red flag was the fact that he said the boat was sinking. Everybody on the boat was screaming at Nolan to get.
Okay. Let me stop this shit. Hold on. Let me stop this and close out that TikTok and reopen it again because I'm sick of all that double voice shit that I hear in the background. Hold on. Now, why is doing all this weird stuff? First and foremost, let me tell you know I got too many damn things opened up too. Let me close those out. Okay, let's see if we can do that without making it mess up. Okay, hopefully I ain't close out the damn live. Hold on, let me see. Okay, I got too many daggone things open. Let me close this one out too. I can hear double voices and all types of weird shit. Let's take that off of there. Oh, okay. Now, so this is another TikTok. Hold on, y'all. Now let me type in TikTok again. I'll be doing so much. Then I can do this all over again so we can look at that boat. Okay, let's just restart TikTok again. Damn. I think it was, okay. I think it was just that, I don't know for sure, but I don't know. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me see if I can do this over again. Now let me share. I had to close the whole thing out and reopen it and stuff. Man, oh man. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. Now let me see if I can do this thing. Okay, so let's go to messages, Citizen Prime Time. Okay, now hopefully this plays right. Okay, so that video right there, they claimed that was Nolan standing over there, and we did hear them somebody bickering. Okay, I'm looking for the other video. Is this the video right here? Let me see.
Wait, their story is falling apart. And I'm talking about Nolan Wells' friends. Now, since everybody has heard the rescue call and can hear some about Nolan being dead in the background, they are releasing all type of stuff. Now, this is supposed to be footage of them getting the boat towed. They say Nolan isn't on there, but guess who is on there? I'm gonna tell you in a second. A key person in this investigation. Now, what role is TMZ playing in all this? Because after that rescue call, now they talking about Nolan Wells was drinking heavily and partying with friends, and that's what caused it. And they've even said, oh, it's witnesses saying they seen him at 6. Where were these witnesses at all this time? And then they try to drop this footage of the boat or picture of the boat, and they don't understand. The internet is saying, guess who is on there? But I do tell you one thing. They said got 2 witnesses that claim Nolan was on the island after his friends left the boat. I don't trust these witnesses. And why am I going to trust some unidentified random ass witnesses when I could trust my ears are telling me I'm hearing them screaming about Nolan? This whole case is falling apart and these fuckers are lying. They are saying that this is Katie and I don't like it. What if I told you?
Let's see.
Wait,
Katie?
their story is falling apart. And I'm hearing them screaming about Nolan. They are saying
Katie back there. But it doesn't look like on this boat, this is the same video that what's his face Tatum was showing, right? It doesn't look like they are in distress.
that this is Katie and I don't like it. What if I told you? This whole case is falling apart. Or picture of the boat and they don't understand. Now, what role is TMZ about Nolan being dead in the background? They are releasing all type of stuff. Now, this is supposed to be footage of them getting the boat towed. They say Nolan isn't on there.
The boat was supposed to be getting towed in.
I'm going to tell you in a second, a key person in this investigation. Now, what role is TMZ playing in all this? Because after that,
I don't know. This is strange, okay? That's what I'm saying. All of them, they ain't going, hey Jay, all those dead going people out there. And nobody. There's 2 other witnesses that we don't know who these witnesses are. Why didn't they come out before? And why did they wait till after that call was released? And you say it's an alibi. I don't even know about that because what I think happened is I think that the boat was having, the leaking situation going on, water coming in or whatever, too much water coming in, however they said that. Okay. And I think that he got on the phone to call Tow, right? Not knowing that something else was about to go down like it did. Because if he would have known that they were going to start tripping and talking and all that stuff, he wouldn't have made the call. So I don't think it was used as an alibi. I just think he was actually calling because he was concerned about the water. That's why if that was him saying, shut up to them, That's why he was telling them to be quiet, because they were saying too much. And you can clearly tell he was distracted. And don't tell me he was distracted by the leak, because I don't think so. Because the reason why I don't think so is because if he was distracted by the leak, the water coming in, he would be talking about that more. Okay. You would be saying like, oh, it's a lot of coming in. You would really be, acting like you're scared. He was like in the damn Twilight Zone talking about, the lady was asking him a question. He was like, yeah, the boat's sinking. We'll sink you down. Who talks like that? I when he said that, I'm not gonna lie, I started laughing because I was like, it sounded funny the way he said it. If somebody was really like scared, I think they just would be like more hyped up. And especially when you're intoxicated, you really think you're about to pass on. It could be just a very little water coming in. When your mind is clouded and you're drunk or whatever the case is, you're gonna really be tripping out. Or either you're gonna be laughing, acting crazy, one of the two. And all I heard was people talking in the background, saying stuff. And I clearly heard Nolan, wake the fuck up, or get the fuck up, or something like that. And I heard somebody say, bruh. So I don't know, this video we just saw, I don't know. I don't think it's at the same time, okay? But I don't know how y'all deny that at least that part was said in that background. And you can tell that they were like panicking. And you can also tell that he was distracted because he wasn't even answering the questions from the CTO dispatcher. At one point, she started getting annoyed. Let me see what y'all say. Right. And right, you said, okay, here's something right here. They made it back to the docks, drove around, but why go back to off-ramp at 6? Because, and what went on then? That's what we're trying to figure out. Did they go back to take the body to dump it? I mean, and we're just saying, did they? We're not saying they did do this, okay? Because we don't know. Right, it was supposedly been sinking at that time. And again, why did they want the Coast Guard to come? And don't tell me because they were drinking. Good and damn well, they already know that these kids, people come to that island every damn 4th of July, and they do the exact same thing. And come when it's not 4th of July. That's the place to go to hang out. Warren told you guys this already in the interview. You said that is Katie. She posted the pictures from her Snapchat from the 4th in a Biloxi Facebook group chat, and she's in the same swimsuit in that hat. Yep. You're right. You said you can't say you went back to wash the boat. You could wash the boat at home. That's right. What was that last trip to the boat harbor for? You know what it was for. I think they created the boat issues themselves with too many people on the back. Probably so. And you know what? That's the same thing Jermaine was talking about. Maybe they transferred the body, and we said maybe because we don't know. So they all be up here tripping and shit, acting like people don't got freedom of speech. Okay, so maybe they transferred the body to another boat. Okay, that's the same thing Jermaine was talking about the other day. You said the point. We already know that. Warren said on the 5th, he got a call from Tristan saying he found a body on the 5th. Look at interview 451 in the interview. Let's see what else y'all got here. You said drinking heavily underage is a crime, but if he was on the boat or off the boat, someone had to see him. Right. I'm just trying to figure out why nobody saw him except these two witnesses at 6 o'clock. They saw him, and I don't believe these two witnesses. How convenient. we hear the video, not the video, we hear the audio from the phone call. Then all of a sudden now you got two witnesses claiming they saw him at 6. Did they take pictures with the timestamp so we can see it was 6 o'clock on that day? And if Nolan was bent up like they claim he was, if these two witnesses saw him, why come they didn't go over there and see if he's okay? He is, well, he was only what, 18 years old. And even though I think they can do light wines and stuff, and I don't know if they can drink beer because I looked it up, but I know they can drink like a light type of what do you call those things, like wine coolers and stuff like that, but they probably don't supposed to be drunk. So some people would say that's the reason why they don't want the Coast Guard to come. But I think it's more than that reason, okay? I think it's more than that reason. Because if they were so scared of the damn Coast Guard coming, you would think they would just call the grandfather from the start, tell him that the boat is leaking. Can you come out there and get us out the water? So you said that call was just an alibi, and you just never know. You said, is it going to be an all-white grand jury? I do not know. You said Nolan and Katie were in the water when the white boys were dealing with the boat. I honestly, this is Mississippi, okay? I have family members who reside in Mississippi, and my mom stayed there for a minute and stuff. She went back because she's from Mississippi, but she went back to Mississippi from 1992 all the way up until 2024, I believe. So she was there for a long time, okay? But in Mississippi, in certain areas, certain cities, like the black people live in one section and the white people live in another section, okay? So with that being said, they still have a lot of racism and stuff there. And that's true. And if, I don't know, the grand jury, more than likely, it probably will be all white, if not majority white. But the thing is, let's hope, regardless of what color they are, let's just hope if they do see any type of evidence to support them proceeding on, that they actually do it and don't try to cover this up. Because clearly no one except certain people think that this kid just drowned. If you're out with your friends, right, and y'all go to an island to chill, to have fun and everything, and your friend decides to go hang with a girl, and something happens and your friend doesn't come back, at the time that they should be back, and the next day or the next 2 days you find out that the friend passed on, you would be going to the police, saying everything that you could say to try to figure out what happened to your friend. Okay? The mom wouldn't have to call you for a phone or send a friend over to get a phone. You would probably automatically be calling the mom up and say, oh, I got Susie's phone, so I'm going to give it to you. And you would be showing some type of remorse. You'd be calling the mom up saying, I'm sorry about Susie. She went out to hang out with some dude. We tried to tell her not to go, and she didn't want to go. She wanted to hang out with the dude, so we don't know what happened. That's what you would be saying. And then when Susie's funeral come up, you would be going. You wouldn't be acting all suspicious. You wouldn't be acting like, something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? And all of your stories would match up and they would stay the same. And I don't think you would be going to your social media and deleting stuff or making your page private. I think you would leave all that stuff open like it was before because you don't have anything to hide. So why were these kids doing all this stuff? This is weird. If you don't have anything to do with this young man's unaliving, you'll simply leave your social media like it is. You can just put it friends only. You don't have to delete the page or even privatize. It's friends only. That's it. And you would just automatically call up, what's her name, Christine. You would call her up and just tell her, here's Nolan's phone. You know what I'm saying? Because we had it, because he left it here on the boat while he was hanging out swimming and stuff. And if he did take pictures or whatever the case is, they would still be there. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, if he did take pictures, right, or anything, and that stuff is deleted, then we're going to know straight up that somebody did something, you know, that they shouldn't be doing. They're covering up something. And once they get all that information from the phone companies, then you're going to really know. You know what? When they get that information is going to speak for itself. Because if all that, if the phone company comes back with a log with phone calls on it, messages or whatever, and that stuff is not there, I'm talking about just text messages now. That's going to be a hot mess. And then if they be able to get anything from Snapchat to piece stuff together, then there you go. Because y'all think when you delete stuff, it's just magically gone. That's just the trick they tell you guys to make you believe that shit. A criminal knows that certain things, even when you delete it still be there. Then why do you think they don't want to talk about certain things on the phone? Or they don't want to text certain things? Because they already know these little things. It's never fully deleted. And then some things can be basically almost like fully deleted, but they can still get parts of that data and piece it together. And I know they can because I did something like that some years ago, back in 2016. A person thought they was deleting everything. They even erased their little everything. And I was able to go in there and piece together that data to figure out what this person was doing. So let's see what y'all saying over here. Let me go to my big screen because I'm reading this shit on my cell phone. Let me look over here. Okay, so here we go. Y'all been saying a lot. You said, you know, the reason why she refuses is because people are attacking her, okay? When you just lost a child, you don't want to hear no bullshit. Let's keep it real. She need to be strict like me because I've been and told somebody off. I don't want to hear that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because I just lost a child. So therefore, if she chooses not to talk to people, then it is what it is. Some people don't want to talk to anyone, especially social media people, when they just lost their son. And y'all should definitely understand that. Right. Why even continue to drive if that's happening, right? Okay, let me go ahead and play that because I forgot all about it because I'm up here running my damn mouth. Hold on. Let me go. Look at that. Okay, so we're going to look at that in 1 second. Let me read the rest of y'all messages. Unless they left early and start singing, but why leave the island early? They didn't even say what they did after they got to land. I thought he did, if I'm not mistaken. I thought Warren said what they did. I'm not sure, though. I don't know what they did between those times. Right, they said that they went to a party, and Warren, I believe, said he went upstairs to talk to the dad or somebody's dad or something like that. And they also watched a movie or some stuff, okay, with the lights off and shit, chilling. And then I think Warren said he went to sleep, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. Let me go over here to these messages and play this real quick. Hold on. Because this girl does, she explains it completely. So let's see. You started again, right, Jermaine? Let's see. You go all the way down. Is this it right here? Yeah, it is.
Figured it out. I figured out the Nolan Wells timeline. I know how they messed with the GPS. I figured it all out. I figured out the lies that are based in truth. I figured it all out, and I've got proof. But stick with me because it's going to be a long video, y'all. Now, I found a 15-page Marine Patrol report that had lots of little details that prove that the boys had been lying. So I've already shown how at 1:30 in the morning, the initial Lieutenant Odom with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office said that his deputies spoke with several of the friends who traveled to the island on the vessel with Nolan. And they said that he left in the company of an unknown female and that he chose to remain on the island.
So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah, so the first time I talked to police was July 7th. I talked to the lead investigator and I told him my whole story top to bottom. Dot every I, cross every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail.
Well, that's a lie now, isn't it, Warren? Because you talked to them at 1:30 in the morning that night. I mean, did you just forget to tell the cops about Katie? Because it's not like you didn't know it was her or you didn't know how to get in contact with her.
The girl that he was with, Katie. Had texted
And
her.
that shows you that they all knew Katie when they was trying to pretend like they didn't know Katie before.
Yeah.
And also, too, did Nolan know Katie? Was they, I don't know, did he know Katie from the start? And they possibly could have been interacting with each other. And the other kids didn't know. Who knows? Let me go ahead and finish playing this girl.
She heard people yelling, correct, Nolan yelling.
Yeah, and I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking. Everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seeing Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat.
But Katie says that she assumed that she went on the boat after y'all were yelling at him. And let's not forget that the last time you saw him was 3.
Well, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock, and Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms.
And yet for some reason around noon, the name of another girl who hadn't even seen Nolan in a year was given to the patrol to go interview, saying that she was with that group, not Katie. They also gave the name of...
So they lied right there again. And then y'all wonder why people are looking at these kids suspiciously.
a couple of other friends who they weren't able to get in contact with. And despite having a picture of a text message from Katie, funny how you didn't share that with Officer Tatum. Probably could have cleared up some stuff real quick, right? Now let's get to the data. Now, at about 1:30 on July 5th, they were doing a flight of drones based on the relation of the last known anchor position of the Atkinson vessel, which I have documented right here. 4:30, Officer Strickland contacted Jennifer Pyrone, who was Wyatt's mother, who told them that he had already spoken to officers earlier in that day, but they were happy to cooperate with any investigation. And she let this officer take a picture of the GPS. Officer Strickland observed the track line showing Pyrone's vessel location on Horn Island, then gave coordinates. I'm going to need you to remember this exact phrasing.
And it's not the same.
It's going to be important later on. This was the GPS coordinates from the picture that the officer took, meaning that these coordinates had to be a different one that was verbally given over the phone by Wyatt. And you'll notice they're quite different. Now you'll notice that this incident report says the involved entities are Bart Edmington and Jerry Adkerson, not Wyatt. Even though Wyatt is 18, he should be on this report. And you could argue that they were just giving the names of the people that owned the boats, but somehow I doubt that 21-year-old Bart owns that boat. You'll notice on this report that 2 different pieces of GPS evidence were collected. So now we're going to go to the July 8th report where they came and they took those GPS coordinates from both the Adkerson boat and Bart's boat. Yellow is Bart, blue is the grandfather Jerry. You know, the same Jerry that called and canceled the sea tow as the sea tow phone call was being made. Now, mind you, this is 3 days after the police had come and spoken to the mother and gotten the GPS coordinates. Now, Bart had a germane GPS map chart plotter. Jerry's boat also contained a germane GPS map chart plotter. Now, I had to look up the difference between waypoints, tracks, and routes. So waypoints mark specific spots. Routes connect them in a planned order, and tracks record your actual path. Now, according to that GPS data, there is no movement from 11 to 4:30, but we know that that's not true. Warren has never been able to logically explain how they ended up so far away from the shore. Because according to him, he said at 3 o'clock, that was the last time he saw Nolan. Bart was trying to yell at him to get on the boat. His brother got into a fight, so he got his brother to come over there. That's when he saw that it was all sinking, because he said this.
There's a lot of people on, so it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater.
Yes, but according to Warren, he had just seen Nolan like neck deep cradling a girl at the boat next to them. So how did they end up in 31 feet of water at the 4 o'clock call? There's an hour in between that. If the battery is submerged, how would they even get away from the sandbar? You can see in the background of this picture, they are far away from people. And yet this GPS is saying that you were stationary the whole time. But why? Especially because we have actual fucking proof right here. We have the coordinates that Wyatt's mom gave them the second time, and the cop took a picture of the GPS compared to the GPS coordinates in which they were trying to get a tow from. But what if I were to tell you that not only does a waypoint need to be physically saved on this exact type of GPS, you have to intentionally say, mark this spot, or else it doesn't automatically save. It records your tracks automatically, but those are just saved coordinates. And it turns out you can actually delete tracks. It's super easy. You just go into the main menu and you delete it off of your data. So why is this GPS data, which is right here, so much further away than what the GPS says it is later? There's no data included in that GPS report that explains them going from here to here, unless someone went in and deleted those tracks. Because they probably dropped that waypoint once they anchored, which would explain why Warren said they showed up at 10:30 and the GPS says that they showed up after 11. And so then it wasn't until half an hour after the canceled tow that they dropped another waypoint. And mind you, the exact same GPS was used in both boats, and Wyatt/Jerry's boat has the tracks and routes where Bart's does not. And again, it tracks it automatically. So you have to intentionally delete those tracks. And why did they do that? Well, it turns out Jerry Atkinson just so happens to be the owner of Ocean Marine Group in Ocean Springs and Gulfport, which is literally a boat dealer. So guess who's going to know that information? We already know Grandpa Jerry was in the mix, because the only way that he could have canceled the sea tow before it even started to head out is if Wyatt had called Jerry first and Jerry told him to call for a sea tow and then canceled it for him, which would explain why he couldn't give any descriptions of where the water was. How high was it? We know that the sea tow did not bring in the boat. In fact, Bart's mother came on Facebook and said that there are pictures from my son's boat of the boat about to be towed, which is clearly who is about ready to tow them here, as Wyatt is on the phone. I can tell you 100% that this is not a sinking boat. You can see Bart bringing them in this picture. But Bart was supposedly the one yelling at Nolan to get on the boat, remember? Why would he be yelling at Nolan to get on a boat that's sinking? Unless he was telling Nolan to get on his boat. And Warren accidentally explained what really happened with the engine. Whatever happened with Nolan happened on Bart's boat, allegedly, which is why all of Bart's information was deleted. So here's what happened. Both this one and this one confirmed that there was a fight that broke out on the beach. Started out with him, ended up with Warren's little brother. His uncle says, we gotta go. They hop on a boat and they leave. He grabs his drunk younger brother and says, we're getting out of here too. 3 o'clock, this whole caravan is trying to get the hell out of there because they're drunk and fighting. Wyatt's boat was in such a hurry that they couldn't figure out how to put the freaking trim down, which caused the motor to overheat, quickly stranded them, and Bart had to come help them. The time that Bart shows up, something has happened between him and Nolan. They're all distracted trying to fix the bilge pump because they didn't trim down. The waves were crashing over the boat and into the bilge pump, short-circuiting it. During this, some people have figured out that Nolan is gone. Other people just think that he's passed out or something, which is why Wyatt calls his grandfather to figure out what the F to do. And as the phone call is being made, more people are figuring out something's wrong with Nolan. That's why they didn't start moving again for 30 minutes. They were coming up with a plan and figuring out how to make it work. I've run out of time, but don't worry, I'm doing a follow-up to this video with more details, more information. And if you like my work, be sure to show your support in my bio. I figured it out. I figured out the Nolan Wells time.
She did a good damn job. Okay? Explained everything I was trying to explain. She did a good And I said, good job. Okay, so let me see what y'all saying regarding this. I don't need to say nothing because she said it all. And Jermaine, she basically repeated exactly what you said a whole week ago. You said she is totally off track. Jess, how? Jay, you said that Jermaine is like a black box on a plane. Okay. Jay, you said something was going on because when you hit the docks, you turned off the electronics. You turned them all off. They was worried about something. Something took their mind off turning off the Jermaine. That's how they can see the boats going across the land. I don't know what was going on, but I did hear them say the boat was going slow when the call came in, and a few minutes later, the boat went past them. So Tristan fell asleep at 9 p.m., not the white boys, okay? So that's what she made a mistake at. You said, can you play interview number 4, please, and skip to 45 seconds? You said she may get sued, too. The boys went to a friend's house party when they got back. Okay, I'm just looking at y'all messages. Can you play interview number 4, please? Where's that at? Hold on, let's see. She did a good job explaining that. The thing is, if anything did happen, okay, to Nolan and it involved those boys, I can agree with her about being on another boat, okay, and something popped off on the boat. I don't know who it popped off with, but something popped off on the boat. Because, again, going back to the audio, that ain't no damn AI or none of that, okay? I don't know about the enhanced stuff, but I'm talking about the original one that we heard, where I heard somebody say, Nolan, wake the fuck up or get the fuck up. Interview number 4. Let me see if you type it in here like this. Is that Tatum? I don't know which interview y'all talking about. Let me just push it in here like this, see if it'll come up. That's part 2. Which interview are you talking about, Jay? Talking about the one with Tatum, right? Let's see. Is this the one you're talking about right here when he was interviewing Tristan? Let me see what y'all said over here. Officer Tamo, what's his name? Tatum with Warren. Okay. This one right here with Warren, right? This one right here.
Yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat.
You're talking about this one right here, right?
we're leaving. The boat's having issues, and like no, he didn't say that, but he was
Now go to
panicking.
45
Nolan,
seconds.
get the F on the boat. I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and three guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there
Okay, so
with
let's
us
listen from the
and
beginning. Okay.
yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues, and like no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that? Were there just,
at least
just a
5
few,
to, I mean, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and three guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when
I think so.
my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah, and so you guys...
It says part 4 up at the top.
Get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now, explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, "Hey, Nolan, y'all need to," or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic.
So that means he would have seen Nolan hub at 4:30. If the boat started having issues at 4:30 versus last seeing Nolan at 3. I don't know, these people.
I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat.
Another thing is, like earlier when I was half asleep, when I was trying to tell y'all a lot of things he was saying, it was like he didn't say it the next time. Like, for example, when he was telling this dude, he said something about they're not used to seeing nobody being unalive, nobody being, DEAD, okay, on the beach or the island or whatever. Then later on, he said they see this type of stuff all the time on the island. So I'm like, which one is it? Because earlier he said they never, really experienced anything like this. Then later on, he said they are used to seeing people getting unalive on that island. And then you got the time thing right there, 4:30. But the last time they seen him, he seen him was at 3. So which one is it? If I'm understanding this correctly, because all these different people, interviews, all this stuff, man.
If the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. You know, I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down, and yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat.
Starting back over
We're
again.
leaving.
Now.
The boat's having issues, and he didn't say
okay,
that. But he was panicking.
We're gonna watch it again.
Nolan,
Okay, we're gonna watch it again. Okay, here we go.
get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
hold on. And then later on, wait a minute, hold on.
Get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat.
And so remember that audio that we heard, and you heard somebody in the background saying, Nolan, wake the fuck up or get the fuck up. But it doesn't sound like he was saying, Nolan, get the fuck back on the boat. That doesn't sound the same. Because what I'm trying to see if that audio goes with that part of, what happened that day. That's what I'm trying to see. But again, Nolan, get the fuck up. Or Nolan, get the fuck back on the boat. It's not the same. You see what I'm saying?
And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that? Were there just,
at least
just a
5.
few,
Everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. I mean, we had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. I mean, a lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, I mean, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided to stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that true?
And I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, because she was obviously seeing.
Wait, hold on for a minute. Okay, because what I'm doing, I'm just thinking about the audio. Okay, because the audio where they were saying, Nolan, wake the fuck up. And then he say that somebody was yelling out to Nolan, get the fuck on the boat. Okay, what if the background noise we were hearing is them going at him about getting back on the boat? Now I'm just throwing this out here. I don't know if this is true. Okay, so don't y'all be tripping. And He said he don't want to get on, and they kept on saying that over and over again. Okay. Now I don't know the broad part. I don't know about he's on a lot, unless when they was asking him to get back on the boat, something popped off and they got into an altercation. And that's where you hear somebody say, "Oh my God, you unalived Nolan. Nolan is DEAD. Wake up, wake the F up, Nolan." What if something like that popped off? What y'all think? Okay, hold on, let me hear this. Damn.
With Nolan the whole day at the island, Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Yeah. And so you guys get in the boat, you start to get towed in, and you make it back. Now explain how that you get to the point where you were concerned about Nolan, because obviously you said, "Hey, Nolan, y'all need to," or somebody, not
when
you,
did I get
but
to that point?
You guys had made mention Nolan need to get on a boat.
Yeah.
He didn't.
Yeah.
You guys get back to wherever you're going.
Right.
Explain that. Did you guys go back to somebody's house, or you
Right.
guys like what happened there? And then when did you feel like,
Oh my God. Damn internet. Hold on, y'all. What was we at? I don't forgot which video I was
I didn't
listening.
come down here, do anything other but to get the truth?
Part
Did you
one. Let me go back to part 4.
You know, yelled for Nolan. Nolan.
What happened there? And then when did you feel like, well, wait a minute, where's Nolan?
Right. Okay. Well, running in was very chaotic. I mean, Nolan chose to stay on the island, so my focus wasn't on anything else other than the boat, you know, because if the boat doesn't get in, then no one gets in. You know, I don't want to sink out there on my buddy's boat, and no one does. But my buddy Wyatt jumped out and pulled the plug on the boat once we kind of got out there, because he got the motor to trim down, and you know, yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues.
Okay, so
and
I didn't hear that part you was talking about, Jake. Maybe I was on the wrong part, or it's not far enough. But tell us what he said. Okay, now Jermaine and everybody else who's listening. So the background voices that we heard. Okay, he just said that somebody, I forgot which one he said, okay, called out Nolan. Get back on the fucking boat, or whatever the case is. And remember I said I heard in the video, the first video before they enhance it, I heard Nolan, wake the fuck up. It's similar to get the fuck back on the boat, okay, basically. So what if they were talking to him and they told him to get on the boat? Katie witnessed that, okay, and he didn't want to do that. He wanted to stay. What if something popped off then? Because he just said they was getting ready to tow the boat. Is that what he just said? So that would be like after. Oh my God, this is weird. Okay, they was getting ready to tow the boat, but he had to do this though. That altercation, that argument or whatever they was doing back in the background, that actually happened while he was on the phone with the towing people. That's what I'm saying. This stuff is so confusing that it's plainly ridiculous. Let's say, bam, wait. It may be episode 3 in the interview. He said the next day he got a call from his buddy that they found the body. Let me look myself. It might be interview 3. I'm just trying to figure out when did the stuff in the background that we heard, but it does not go together, because remember, he was on the phone with Cito when we heard the background stuff. unless somebody put that together like that to make us think that goes along with the call. But then when they upload that directly from the source it came from, which is a legitimate source. Now, who was the person telling him to get the fuck up on the boat? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, like I was saying before, this looks suspicious, okay? A lot of stuff here sounds suspicious and looks suspicious. And so this is why people are, some people are going directly after them because they feel like they did have something to do with this. I don't know if they did or didn't, okay, because I wasn't there. I'm just looking at the videos and evidence that we see, and that's it. But acting suspicious, or weird, it makes people wonder if you played a role in this or did you cause this? Point blank. It just makes people think that. So, what y'all got to say about this video right here? Let me see if it's episode 3 he talking about, because here's episode 3. This is part 1. Where's part 3 at? That's part 4. That's part 2. Where is part 3? That's part 2. That's what's his name right there, Tracy. I can't forget him because he tripped me out in this interview because he was too busy focusing on Black people turning their backs on him and stuff. Oh, that's the interview she did today, I guess. I don't know what part 3 is. Part 4. I got a part 4. Part 4. And he says race was never an issue, but the thing is, they make it an issue when they don't treat stuff the same way that they treat other people. Look at the police say, what is that, the sheriff or whatever, who just basically not rude it, but he said that it didn't look like no foul play had happened when he didn't even take time enough to really find out. That's weird. You said, I wish I knew more about boating. Me too, but if I didn't know better, I would say Nolan was injured somehow trying to help save the boat. That's what I was saying. That's why I was trying to figure out about the audio, because it's similar. He said that Warren, right? That's Warren. He just said that somebody told Nolan to get the fuck on the boat. Remember when I said, I heard somebody say, Nolan, wake the fuck up. But they could have been saying, get the fuck up. Get the fuck up on the boat. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Okay. And maybe somebody got mad or something else happened and he got injured, hurt, which, obviously unalived or whatever the case is. Or either them telling him to get on the boat turned into a physical altercation. It could have been something like that too. Could have been something like that. And then maybe it depends on where that call came from, because if it came directly from the source, told, then that's one thing. But if it came from somebody uploading it and they can do anything to it, it's totally different, because they could have taken the voices and put it together with that to make it sound like it happened when he was on the phone. You see what I'm saying? When in reality, it happened before or after or something like that. because I'm just looking at the similarities and telling him to get the fuck on the boat. And then what I said, wake the fuck up. I thought he said, wake the fuck up. Nolan, wake the fuck up. But he could have been saying, get the fuck up. We just don't really know because it's not 100% clear. But I know he said something with Nolan name in it. And he said the fuck. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. What if that is the audio from them? And maybe something popped off then when they was trying to get him to get on that boat. Because, when everybody is like drinking, especially kids, you don't want to be told what to do. If you want to stay back, you want to stay back. But then your friends be like, get on the boat, get the fuck on the boat, get the fuck on the boat. Then somebody gets mad and something pop off. What if something like that actually happened? What if we all got it wrong? What if it's something just like that? Let's see what y'all saying. He said maybe Tatum edited the video again too. I know what I heard because I did see a skip in the video. And you know what? You probably did hear because they do take stuff out. Okay. And see, that's why it's good to record it from your phone. Don't download it because we did something like that with JVM McGee. I think that was 2 years ago. I think that was that last year, Jermaine, or the year before? And they changed the whole thing around. And it changed on my downloaded copy too. So that's why I don't download anything anymore. I just basically record it from my phone. It probably was there. And he probably edited it out. So that's when he said his friend text or called him and said they found the body. You know what? I think I remember that. You're right. I think I remember that being in there. That's tripped out. I think I remember when they said that. When he said that, right. It's probably edited out. So that's what I'm thinking about that audio. I'm thinking maybe that all go together. It goes together. Maybe something popped off right after that. Because the thing is, but was Katie would have seen that though. At least I think she would have seen that, because what did she do? Just turn back around and go? But then that's another thing too. Why would her sister, I think, if I got this correct, say somebody came to pick Katie up to keep her safe or something like that? What did she say, Jermaine? How did they say that? Okay, because why would they say that like that? To keep her safe from what? And I didn't hear no one on social media bring that up. To keep her safe from what? You remember that, Jermaine? When they said that Katie's family member, I think the brother or brother-in-law or something like that, came to pick her up. But the way they said it, they said they came to pick her up to keep her safe. To save her. Y'all always get shit backwards. To save her. To save her from what? You know what? Listen, maybe when they was telling him to get on the boat, because that's similar to what I heard. Nolan, wake the fuck up. They could have been saying, Nolan, get the fuck up. Meaning get the fuck up on the boat. And Nolan being and maybe a little intoxicated and he wanted to be there with Katie, he did say no. And they probably insisted, and then something could have popped off, or either, just like Jermaine said, some type of accident, and then people got scared. And because why would Katie's family member say, we came to pick her up to save her? To save her from what? What? What are you writing here? You said they never said save from what? I'm asking, what were they talking about when they said to save her? To save her from what? I'm asking from what? I'm not saying that they are saying that. What were they saving her from? Why would you say that? You could just say, my her brother-in-law, whoever her brother and my dad came to pick her up. Why do you have to say they came to save her? Save her from what? So what y'all think? So it could have popped off like that if anything did happen. And and then that's nothing too. What about the other people who was with them, their other friends? I wonder why Tatum did not interview them and why he didn't interview. Did he interview Katie? Interview Katie. Why is it that Warren and Tristan are the only two who did an interview? Why not talk to all of them, including Katie? I didn't, no. You are slow. You don't understand what I'm saying. I said, why did they say they saved her? What are they saving her from? That's the question I'm asking. So you're the one that's slow. I said, what are they talking about? Why are they saying they came to save her? Save her from what? Save her from what? If you're picking her up, you're just picking her up. Why did she say they came to pick her up? Why did she say they came to save her? I know they didn't say from what, Jermaine. I'm asking you guys, save her from what? What are they talking about? I know y'all don't really know. I'm just talking out loud, actually. I'm just saying, why did they say to save her? And I'm just really tying it into what if she did see something, okay? And she told them, and that's what they're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So we got it. Anyone that owns a boat, you don't trim down a boat unless it's moving. Whoa. What? And I'm telling you, I don't know. They never said. What are you talking about? I know they never. Jermaine, I know they never said what they were saving her from. I'm just talking out loud. That's it. I'm just trying to figure out why would they say save her? Save her from what? What are they saving her from? I'm just asking that question. I know nobody really knows that except them. I'm just saying it out loud. You said you caught Warren in 2 lies. And that's another thing too. Why are they lying if they don't have anything to hide? And yeah, you can forget stuff because I forget stuff all the time. But I mean, come on now. Even the little bitty lies, it's weird because why are you lying at all? And then the choice of words too is a trip. Just like the family members telling Katie, we came to save her. And I'm asking a question. Save her from what? And I'm thinking like if something did popped off, maybe she saw it. And why didn't Tatum interview her? She probably don't want to be interviewed. But if you want to clear your name because people are putting you in it, you would think that she would talk too. And then what about the other people? Why did he interview any of them? You say you are not trimming down a boat unless you are coming to the shore. So if that was the case in anchoring, so you are by the shore. Woo! Just straight up lies. That is a hot ass mess. And so that's why, people are looking at them and not saying that they actually did something. Things could have been an accident and then they were scared. We don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. You say you can, so you are by the shore. You can if the waves are small too. Wow. He said maybe they got scared because they were all drunk or high. When they was trying to save the boat, he said Nolan could have got hurt too. But if if he got hurt, you would think they would call the Coast Guard and tell. But if you're drunk and high or something, you just never know what they could have had. You may be scared that you're going to get in trouble. Who knows? Or they could have got into a physical altercation because they was trying to get him to leave and he did not want to leave. And then I'm still looking at the point that Katie's relative said something about they came to save her. And I'm asking the question, save her from what? Did something pop off and Katie witnessed it? Or what? Okay, let's see. You said, no, it was part 4. Anyway, he said he got a call from his buddy the next day and said they found the body. I remember that in that video. That's what I was trying to point out. Okay, I'm reading from all the way back there. You said trimming down the boat is like airbags on a cat. Oh, okay. I mean, on a car. Trimming down the boat is like airbags on a car. Okay. And you are not trimming down a boat if it is anchored. So trimming down a boat is like the airbags on a car. So I cannot, if the police talk to any of them, okay, or if they be watching videos and see what these YouTubers put up and be talking about, I just can't imagine them not, looking into this further. And they could be, okay, but because I just couldn't imagine, they're not looking into this further. But then again, this is Mississippi, so anything is possible. If you want to cover up something, you're not going to look at stuff in detail. Let's see. You say if Bart was caught in an incident where someone was unalive due to him operating a boat under the influence, his NFL ambitions are done. Damn, we didn't even think about that. Yeah, it makes the bottom flat to skim the water or raise the nose for high waves. Wow. Yep. It could be, we could have been all the way off basis thinking that they were just fighting over something or something like that. It could be simply dealing with, maybe an accident on the boat and you're driving the boat under the influence. It damn well could mess up some stuff for you. So in order for you not to get that messed up, then, you do whatever you got to do. That would be a trip if we are right. You say it could have been ego trips, right? Who knows? It could be anything. If any of these things at all. All I'm trying to figure out though is this right here. Just say we are all wrong about this, right? So what happened to Nolan then? And why are people acting suspicious? And why are people lying about certain things? Those are the questions. And again, why hasn't Tatum interviewed Katie and anybody else that was there? And I still ask the question, why did Katie's family members say they came to save her? Save her from what? So does that mean that Katie saw what was transpiring? Let's listen to that audio one more time before we get ready to get out of here. Because at 4 o'clock, I'm getting ready to get off here. I mean, I done got scared with the little earthquake and stuff. I was half asleep at one point, but it damn sure woke me up. Sorry about that. He's big on videos. This can still be able. Same boy, you need to go to sleep. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. What did I just say I was ready to do? Oh, play the thing again. See. No, let's do it like this. Call. You can. I want to play the first one. Let's see. That it's probably not even this one this time because they done enhanced it. Let's see. This is a super enhanced one right here. I want to play the other one too, but let me play this one.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's think about this. So, like I said, what if all of this popped out? Yeah. What if all of this popped off, right, after they was trying to get him to come on the boat and he did not want to get on the boat? And that's what this audio consists of. Oh no, I'm not close to water like that. I mean, I'm by it, but not like that. You said you're leaning towards accident and cover up, not a nefarious and the far. How you say that? Nefarious unaliving. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, I think we probably, if I did say this too, some type of accident, but not like I'm saying it now, because when I just heard Warren, I was listening to him this time. Say somebody was telling Nolan to get the fuck up on the boat. And I started thinking, I remember me saying that I heard them say on the first one, the first audio that came out, it said, Nolan, I thought they said, wake the fuck up. I mean, wake the fuck up. I mean, they could have been said, wake the fuck up, because somebody could have hit him. You see what I'm saying? So all of that seems like it goes together. That's what I'm saying. I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing based on what I'm hearing. And maybe something, popped off. Let's listen to this again.
our village pump stopped working. We're going.
What? Easier. Are we going to cover it up? Who is that female talking? That's the chick saying that. Oh shit, you killed him and you are going to have to pay for that. Now, I don't believe this. What? Okay, I don't believe that part right there. Okay. Who was talk like that? Hold on. Yeah, I thought so. I think he's done. Nolan, time to go. Time to go where? You said the audio can't be used in court, so it's kind of irrelevant. The GPS data and inconsistent statements are the game changers. Okay. Okay. But I still want to hear this audio.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and
all of this sound like it might have popped. I don't know, because I mean, stuff could have been changed, but that would have popped off right out as he was getting ready to call in for the tow, which makes sense because in that video, if that's the same time they were getting towed, I guess.
Our village pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut the fuck up! Damn it, Bart.
And why would they say, damn it, Bart? And then that person say, get the fuck up, get the fuck up. No, freaking dead.
What'd you say? Hey. It's coming up. We're just thinking.
Oh, you heard them say it's a fight. They were fighting.
No, like we're going down now.
He should be out when he's still going down now. Hold on. Hold on. And Jermaine, even though it can't be used in the courtroom, but the lawyers can look at this. Okay? The prosecutor can listen to this and go after and get whatever they need to get to prove this. Okay?
I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And who said you can't use this in the court of law? Because this is not no secret. What do you call that? When you basically record someone's conversation and they don't know about that. No one did that. If this audio is authentic, okay, why wouldn't they be able to use this in court?
I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry Adger.
Who was that say I unalived him? Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. That sounds like a chick, but that's probably a dude. Hold on.
I don't know the phone number. It's either coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
And when you say we're going down now, it does not seem like he's panicking. Okay, it seems like he's distracted and looking at something else.
It's coming up. We're just thinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now. I don't know the phone number. It's either Jerry.
Wait, hold on. They're telling them to shh. Who is that person saying that? You said they got their own private analysis to get the original audio. Once you break the audio down, it is tampered with. That's why he wants professionals that can take it to the courts. Okay.
Atkerson? I think it's Jerry Atkerson. Try that. Everybody was on this first. I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Y'all said Bart. No. Hold on.
Just like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
So, does this mean the person that was fighting could possibly be, and we say impossible because we don't know, we're just looking at this audio, Wyatt? Because they said Wyatt is good, the other boy is unalive. So why do people keep saying Bart's name then? Hold on, let me see if I hear that. Let's see.
I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
Wait, hold on. That's when he told. Wait, hold up. So that's when Warren said, "Shut the fuck up." Remember, he said, "Shut up, shut up." That's when he said, "Shut up." After somebody said Wyatt is good and the other boy, which is Nolan, is unalive, allegedly. Okay.
Reach me at 2.
So I'm thinking that, like I said originally, if this is true, when he was calling for the toll service, he did not know that this was going to pop off like this. They got into, allegedly, they could have gotten into an altercation right when the boat was, having difficulties. And something popped off and they got into a physical altercation, which resulted in Nolan being unalive. What y'all think? So you say, hey, old boy, I don't know, but Wyatt been in my mind from the jump because I've seen how his little brother is, and I'm sure the apple don't fall far from the tree. So it could have happened like that, okay? When they was telling him to get on the boat, something could have popped off because he didn't want to go back, and they probably was getting mad, everybody high, drunk, whatever, and then Nolan could have got mad and something popped off. But before it really got serious, what's the name was calling, Warren was calling the tow people because the boat, the boat had damage, and they didn't want to sink or whatever. At least he thought they was gonna sink or whatever, And as he was on the phone, stuff started getting out of control and stuff. And I guess they started fighting and realized that Nolan was unalive. And that's what you hear, all that stuff in the background. If this is true, if this audio is, real. You said it's Bart for you, but they just said something else in this video. Okay. They just said this right here. Hold on.
You got ripped off.
Look, they just said this right here. If it was Bart,
Jerry Atkinson? I think it's Jerry Atkinson. Try that. Everybody was on this first. I know we have a membership like guaranteed. I don't have the tag on here. It got ripped off.
Stop this damn crazy ass computer. Hold on. Damn.
I don't have the tag.
Wait.
Tag on here. It got ripped off.
Right here, they said Wyatt's good. The other boy is unalive. If it was Bart, they would have said Bart is good. The other boy is unalive. They said Wyatt is good. The other boy is unalive. And why haven't they interviewed Wyatt? And why hasn't he talked? Bart talked. Bart said he don't have anything to do with this, basically. And he's going to sue people. Well, this dad or him or somebody talk. That is a trip, okay? That is a trip. I don't care what y'all say. If this audio is not manipulated or whatever you want to call it, and this is true in the background, that's a hot mess. And that's what he said, shut the F up. I think that was Warren who said, shut the F up. And if this wasn't going along in the background, well, why would he be saying, shut the F up? Unless they talking loud, he could have said it.
What? Yeah, everybody talks weird. What? No, we do not need that.
Check the checks.
Let me go look. Will.
Hell is Will.
Hey, North. All right, are you ready? North 30 degrees. 46.72. Sorry, look. Hey, what do I need to send you? Yeah, what? Yeah, we do not have the VHF radio.
Some people think that she was on the phone telling somebody, maybe the grandfather, that Riot is good and the other boys on the live. They must have got into it if this audio is correct. A lot of people saying the same thing I'm saying. But somebody else said, I think Bart did it. And then they said they think that the person was on the phone with Wyatt's grandfather and he maybe asked about Wyatt. I don't know. It's a trip. It's between the two. Somebody said Bart did it. He is Katie's boyfriend. He is in college. And then I thought I heard somebody say he asked for it. How? If this did happen like this, I hope one of them talk, because we definitely need to find out if this actually happened. They said Katie was the only one who went to the police about this. Somebody said I heard a confession. Somebody said they heard them say B did it 3 times. Oh, okay. I remember the last part of this video. Let me finish playing this. Okay, I see it. So maybe they right. Maybe the girl who was talking was on the phone telling them that Wyatt was okay, because she might have been talking to Wyatt's grandfather, like they just said. Okay.
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88.
I forgot all about that, old boy. Y'all right. You said Bart confirmed he was there. You're right. Just in the report. Okay.
Degrees by 46.79. Yes, we were at Horn Island. Yes. We were sinking, yes.
Ready to go back home?
No, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
So they possibly could have. Come on, let's move him. Then you hear a dragging noise. Hold on.
I want to get this boat unsank and towed back, yes. You can tow it to Ocean Springs Harbor, or Fort Bayou launch. No, there's no children. Hey, drop in the water. Kind of jump in and pull the plug, Bart, while you're going. Hold on. Stay out of here. Stay out of here. Hello. Stay out of here. Okay, what's going on? What's up? There are 0 adults on board. No. Nobody here is over the age of 21. Hello? Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
And that's why, you know what? When the other person said he's unalive, that's why he said there's people breathing on the boat. And that lady said she's not asking who's breathing. She's asking about how many adults are on the boat. Her whole tone changed then. Oh, yeah, I believe you. Oh, but I forgot that in the end, they, you heard his name mentioned a bunch of times. Right, his NFL career. Yeah, before the enhanced call came out. That's it. Damn.
Flight 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we have life jackets available. A Triton, 22-foot offshore, 22-foot Triton offshore sea flight hull. Yeah, thank you.
Where's Kate? Who are they talking about when they say Kate? Hold on. When they said this at the end.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, he's saying Kate. He's saying thank you to the person on the phone. Okay. I just had to make sure. That was a hot ass mess right there. Okay. Damn. That was a mess. Okay. That was a mess. Yeah, that's it. So you can't deny that that phone call for real. That was a hot ass mess. In the background, they didn't play the thing. I remember that they said that name 3 times and stuff. That's tripped out. So what do y'all think? So hopefully, like I said before, even though Jermaine said you can't use this in a court of law, it won't stop the attorney, the prosecution. I'm just going to say the attorneys from listening to this, if they think it's authentic and if they test it to see if this is authentic. I don't see why they would not be listening to it so they can try to catch the person some type of way, and bring them up, on charges and stuff. That's crazy. He said he did not lie about being there. Social media misunderstood the statement. I'm not taking up for him. I'm just trying to be fair. I still think he's involved. Where Bart needs to be charged for them underage drinking for starters. Just listening to their audio, man. At first I thought they were saying Wyatt until I read that stuff in the chat over there, and the girl explained it that the other person was on the phone telling someone that Wyatt was good, and the other kid is not. And so that could have been Wyatt's grandfather, since they, called him and he was sending somebody out there to pick them up or whatever the case is. That is true. I just think that Warren did not know all of this was going to pop off as like it did. They probably got into arguments before and stuff. So he went on and called about his boat because he didn't want to sink. He didn't probably think that it was going to go like it went and this kid gets unalive. So, yeah, I don't think that was planned right there. I just think it just happened. That's why I don't even think they knew he was on the phone at first because they were doing a lot of talking. There's no way you would be saying all this stuff if you know he's on the phone talking to a towing company, and they could easily call the Coast Guard. Like the Coast Guard is like the police on the ocean, right? I already know. You said the audio is useless. That don't mean that we cannot listen to it. You said, Shay, can you submit that uncaptioned audio. Jermaine, you already told us we can't use it, but the thing is, the lawyer can listen to it, okay? And it's not useless because if you hear this audio and you think that this person did it, you can trick him up to figure it out, to find out if he did it or not. You said all they have to do is to prove, I can't even say that, of what was enhanced in the call, and it should be able to be used in court, I believe. Now I'm gonna look it up because y'all, you hear me saying stuff. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. Let me see. Can a recorded? And they tell you that, and they tell you that they record your phone call. Okay. Business. Let me look this up. Okay, so they said, moreover, Penal Code 632, which makes such a recording a crime, provides that the recording itself shall not be admissible in any judicial, administrative, legislative, or other proceedings, except when the recording itself or the content itself is evidence of a new crime. And that would be evidence of a new crime. So they could use that. If you secretly record someone in California, okay, a confidential conversation without consent can violate the state's recording laws. But this is not a confidential conversation. And I'm pretty sure when you call in, it tells you that they're going to record it. When you call business, they'll tell you they're going to record you. But if they are doing a new crime, you can still use that, if I read that correctly. Because it's not a secret recording, okay? It's not that, and this is a new crime, okay? Someone, they're on the damn recording, because this is the background. They are on the recording basically saying that someone unalive another person. That's a new crime. Okay, so there you go. Let's see what you say. I know Jermaine finna challenge me. Okay. Okay, again, you said Shay, can you submit that uncaptioned audio to a grand jury? And if you do, what conclusions can they come to? The audio is useless. Only part that's relevant is Wyatt's voice, which is clear. Now, I think that if they prove that it's true, and since it does say that someone engaged in a crime of murder, I think you can use it. You said I'm usually with GT, but not on the call. Is useless, LOL. They use enhanced calls in videos in trial in many cases. That's what I'm talking about. And I just read this from a law office. Okay, that's why I just went to one to ask him there. What we're dealing with is confirmation bias. You say, yes, it can be used with certain instructions. Where is there evidence of crime? They just said in the audio, Jermaine, if you just listen, that the other boy is unalive, Wyatt is good, and then they say further in that video that Bart did it. That's what it says. He said GT is being a defense lawyer right now. LOL, creating reasonable doubt. I'm not going to be right back telling you anything. I will never agree with you. What are you talking about? Okay, Mr. Lawyer, I'm not going to agree with you because I believe they can use that because there's a new crime there. If what we heard is true, okay, and we didn't hear the whole video because we didn't hear the part where they said BAT, his name 3 times that he did it or whatever the case is, and he unalive Nolan. Now I heard that in the other video when they played the whole entire thing. There ain't gonna be nothing tell you right. You don't never be right. What are you talking about? You be partially right sometimes, not completely. It doesn't matter what the defense lawyer can do. We know what we just heard. If that's true, this thing is authentic, and it's obviously, then yes, they can because it's in another a new crime has been commissioned. I believe that's how you say that. So I think they can use it. Okay. I know damn well the lawyer can listen to it. And this one right here, let's see.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn.
Yeah, they're definitely on the phone. Okay.
And our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Damn, it said you did it, Bart.
Okay, so before
it says right there. Gosh. So that's the other one right there. So I tell you what, if somebody if the police, oh my God, if they be fair and they took every single one of them inside the room just to talk to them about, what happened when they tried to get him back on the boat, okay? And just talk to them individually and ask them what happened when they tried to get him to stay there. And if they heard this audio, the police, they got trickeries to get you to start talking, okay? So it can all be revealed if they be fair and they do it like that. And if this audio is real. Now, if the audio is real, if it's not real, then you know where that goes. But if it is real, then I don't see why they wouldn't do those type of tactics to get the truth out. You said y'all really need to go back and listen to Warren's videos. He is making statements that no one stated that they did it. He said he would never in his mind unalive someone. Oh, I heard him when he said all of that. I remember. Oh, you was watching? Yeah, that's what he said. I remember his video. I watched this whole entire interview, just like I watched Tristan. You said everybody's focused on the audio that sounds like a spirit box. Well, I'm not focused on the audio. We're just listening to it just to see. I mean, listen, I already acknowledge that this could be fake. Okay, that's why I said it needs to be, proven that it's real. Okay, I'm not sitting up here like other YouTubers and saying, oh yeah, this is real, this is real. We know good and well this is real. I done said 15,000 times if this is true once they check it out. And I say, if it's true, that's going to be a mess. I said, but if it's not true, then it is what it is. Do you know if it's not true? Do you know that these audios are fake, Jermaine? I don't think really none of us know if it's fake or if it's real until they actually check it. Because we already know that social media has trickery and do some trickery shit. So we are all aware of that. Okay. And it's not that we are focused on it. But this is the only thing besides the interviews that we can go by. There's nothing else to go by. That's why they put it up here so you can hear it. That's why that lady sat there all those hours or however long she sat there to enhance this so you can understand what people are saying in the background. And if you ever worked for the phone company, because I did, and one time I was in that little room, I don't know what you call it, where all the little wires at, and it sounds just like that when you listen to it and you hear people talking. You can't hear everything, you can't understand everything they say, but you can hear some of the things. It sounds exactly like this stuff right here. So a spirit box or whatever, it's not a spirit box. We're not dealing with no supernatural shit here, okay? You said those interviews prove a lot. Most definitely proves the lies have been told. My stance is why lie? Right, why lie? You said look at it, not about it being fake. I'm just looking at it right now, just listening to it, and I do recognize that it could be fake. It's like it could be real. That's what I'm saying. If I didn't know anything about this case and I heard that audio, I'd be like, damn, somebody unalived somebody. That's what I would be saying. Okay. If I just went and listened to this and I didn't even know what happened, I would be saying, damn, somebody, it seems like somebody unalived someone. They were fighting. That's what I would be saying. Just because you wouldn't think that or whatever the case is, doesn't mean other people wouldn't think that. And I think all of this stuff can be used if it's true, point blank. You know, if this was like a phone call that was being recorded and you didn't have the other party's consent, like that dodo bird would be recording me and did not have my consent, and I'm in California. Here in California, you got to have the other person's consent, or you can get in trouble. Now that you can't use in a court of law, but we're not talking about a private conversation. We're talking about a business who probably inform people that this conversation is being recorded for whatever purposes they say. Okay? So yeah, even if I didn't know anything about this case and I heard that, I would be like, damn, did he unalive him? That's what I would be saying because of what I just heard. The thing is, his parents are trying to get to the bottom of this, okay, to find out what happened to their son, regardless if he was unalive or if it's negligent something, or if he just got intoxicated and ended up drowning. They want to know, just like any parent would want to know. There is no way I would be up on a live at 4:25 a.m. Practically was falling asleep at first until I felt that little small earthquake. Talking about this case if it wasn't important, because I'm putting myself in their position. What if it was my son, okay, or my other son, or my daughters? So hell yeah, I think that if this is true, they can use this some type of way. And according to what I just read, it said it can be if it's in the commission of a new crime. This would be a new crime. Murder would be a new crime. They don't think he was murdered. But if you got some information, some proof that he was, yeah, that's a commission of a new crime. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know 100% for sure, but I'm just going by what I just read from this lawyer here. So it is what it is. Right. Of course it wouldn't be tried with this daggone recordings alone. So of course they would use a bunch of stuff because you can't just try this on this right here because a defense attorney would be like, how do you know that it's what's his name? B. How do you know it was him? Just because somebody said his name 3 times doesn't mean that he did it. Of course other stuff has to go with this. And then another thing, we don't know what that autopsy report says. For all we know, it could show that he got that head injury from being hit in the back of his head. Okay, that could be a reason why they didn't just say this is just an accidental unaliving and leave it at that and close the case. So all the information that they have, they presenting it to the grand jury to see if they will do an indictment or whatever the case is, decide if they should, press charges, I guess. And if they have enough evidence to support that, then that's what they would do. And that evidence would probably be witnesses' accounts. If they question everybody, it would be all of that. And what the sheriff thinks, the police, or whomever. The autopsy is very important because I don't care what that damn sheriff thinks. If that dang on autopsy states that he was hit in the back of his head and it didn't come from a fall, and even if it did come from a fall, somebody could have pushed him down, then there you go. They're going to go ahead and go for it. Okay, if that autopsy report shows anything like that, even if he had DRUGS, the other rumor is CC stuff, it's still going to go for it because who gave it to him? Where did they buy it from? The only way this won't go forward if they don't see any type of evidence that supports that he was unalive. Okay, or if that autopsy report doesn't indicate any kind of foul play. And if that injury, that little spot back there that looks like an injury, if it's just from pooling of the blood, and then they won't be doing anything else. Period. You found the video? You said you think he was, but there's no evidence. How do you know what evidence they got? How do you know what evidence the police has? None of us on social media knows what the police has. You say you can't really even prove that Nolan, you can't prove that he didn't get on the boat either, can you? You cannot prove that he did not get on the boat, just like you can't prove if he got on the boat. But what we can prove is this right here. Katie said the last time she seen this young man is at 3 or 3:30. And she assumed that he was going back to the boat to ride with the friends he came with. I mean, you can't prove he just went on the boat, but you can pretty much get a feel that he was going to the boat. You said you are right, Shay, because they didn't prove a drowning either. It's been a cover-up brewing from that first call that the grandpa called the captain, in my opinion. Okay, let me look at your community post. Hold on. You said the same thing I said. They can't prove he didn't get on the boat either because those friends have been lying for sure. You said, yeah, we wouldn't know it. Okay, we can't. Listen, I'm not trying to prove it because I'm not a cop. Okay, I'm not a cop. Even if I was a cop, I wouldn't be in that area. So I still wouldn't have nothing to do with this case. Okay. But the thing is, what we think really truly doesn't matter. Okay. It's what the police, what they have, what evidence they have. And we don't know what evidence they have because we are not law enforcement. And even if we were law enforcement, we would not be on this case because we are in different areas. It's like my son is in law enforcement. He's not handling this case because he's not there in that where they live at in Mississippi. Okay. Or my uncle-in-law, who is a some type of law enforcement officer in Mississippi, but he's not in that county. You see what I'm saying? So that he still would know. But the thing is, the police and the lawyers and all this stuff, but especially the police, because they are the one who are presenting this information, the sheriff and stuff, they are the one that's presenting this information to the grand jury. They're going to look at the package. All right. And in that package, the autopsy report is going to be there. And since you are not the medical examiner, and neither am I or anybody else that's here, we don't know what information is there. Okay. We don't know. I don't think anyone knows except the sheriff, maybe some of those officers, and whomever else in the medical examiner. So we don't know what evidence they have, if they have any real evidence. The thing is, if this kid was unalived by someone, I hope his parents get justice for him. Okay? Because you have to put yourself in their shoes. What if it was your child? Or what if something like this happens to your child in the future, or one of your relatives or whatever? You would want, everything to be done to make sure whoever did this is brought to justice. Period. All right, old boy. You say Katie said she didn't see him get on the boat. Doesn't mean he didn't write. I think he probably did get on the boat. That's what I'm thinking. I think he probably did get on the boat. Now let me check out. Thank you, old boy. Thank you for being here. Let me see this real quick, and then we're gonna get out of here because it's 4:34. I gotta get ready to go to bed. Y'all saw me getting tired earlier, so let me see. How would I go? I'm so damn tired. I forgot how to get to this. Let's see. Hold on. Let me stop sharing, and then I'll go over here and look at what's today's video. Hold on. Y'all got to be positive. It's simple for me. If these boys had anything to do with it, it should be brought out the light. If they didn't, then they just didn't. But the parents still would like to know what happened to their son. If somebody did it, or if something happened where he ended up doing, being intoxicated or something like that. So I think it's, something that should be looked into as much as they want to. Let me see what your channel is at, shit. Thank you, old boy. Y'all hit the like button, okay? I forgot what your channel is. Let me go look and see. Let me see. Channel. Actually, go to channel. Let me see. J Glover. You say it's on your community board, right? I did type it right the first time. I sure did. Let's see if I got your thing up here. That's not yours. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Just hold on for a second. I'm trying to see if I can find his thing. I think I'm YouTube, man. I'll be forgetting. You got to look through all this stuff here. Hey, Jermaine, put this link in the thing for me. You would think it's right here at the front. Let me do it like this. Shit. Let's share it to myself. Hold on. Videos. This is another way I can get to your thing. Do it like this. Let me share this to myself. Let's share it to myself. Hold on for a minute, y'all. Let me see. How can I do this? Let's see. Okay, let me go here. Let me see if I can do it like this. I don't know for sure. Just hold on, y'all, real quick. You say it's on your community board? Let's see. Oh, I see it right here. Let me see. How would I get this to myself? Oh, it's on this. Nolan Wells' phone was deleted. Hold on, let me see if I can type in what's the name like this. Hold on. Oh, man. Let's see. I know I don't got y'all shared. I know I'm not sharing you guys right now. See if I can pull it up here. If not, then I'm going to have to see if I can do it a different way and then save it to myself. So let's see. Is this it right here? Oh, let me share this real quick. Let's see. Yeah, share screen. Thanks, Jermaine. That was funny as shit with the earthquake. Y'all might ask, can I believe how that woke me up, man? 51 seconds. Watch what he says. Yeah, I can't do it on there. But anyway, let me see if I can. There it is right there. But one thing about YouTube would not let me do this on this damn desktop. You have to do it on my phone. They did this, not YouTube, I mean StreamYard. Okay, let me see if this is the same one. Because I can't show it on YouTube anyway. I'll surely get a strike. Is this it right here?
Come down here, do anything other but to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's death? They're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. Mm-hmm. All of you guys have given statements.
Okay, so we just heard that. Wait, I can hear myself from here. You said that's not the one? So what are we looking for? Jay, we about to look at it tomorrow. I see the link on my phone, but I can't play it from my phone today. Let me see. And I already went to it on my YouTube channel anyway. Let me see if I can do it like it, because y'all gonna bug me to shit about this. That goes to old boy. I was trying, can you put up? That's old boy's channel. Y'all can check him out, okay? So you said that's not okay. So I'll tell you what. But he just talked about the body thing right there. So that's not it, Jay. This is not it right here.
Said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey, man, they just found his body. My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have given statements. But then I think that there's a part associated with this that's being rumored out in the public, and that is the situation with the cell phone, potential deletion of messages, how the cell phone was retrieved. And I just want you to tell your side of this, because what we're
okay, let me see. Let me check it and see. Hold on. Let me stop sharing and go to my YouTube. Hold on, y'all. Just hold on. Let me go check this. See real quick. I think I'm on the wrong one. Let me see what I'm on. No, this is the right one. You say you just signed into my YouTube, right? Let me see what this thing. Let me see if it went to my spam folder. You said my YouTube email? You said that was it? Okay. So we was on the right one. Okay. So we just heard what he said when he said the body thing. I believe y'all sleepy because I played that twice. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let me get back off of here. Yeah, I played that twice. Now I don't even know where the video is at now. But we just really heard it where he said that Trace called him up and said they found his body. Oh, you said the body wasn't found until the 6th. He got a phone call on the 5th the next day. What? Wait a minute, let me go listen to that again. What did I type up there, y'all? Hold on. Y'all asses, no, y'all be catching some stuff. Hold on. Let me do a share again. And then I got to read Jermaine's stuff too, because he got some stuff up there too. Hold on. Oh man, y'all need to be doing some damn donations. This is some hard work here. Okay, now what did I type up here the other time? I don't forgot what the hell I typed up here. Oh, this is it right here. It was this one right here.
While we were trying to get the motor figured out, I mean, the motor would trim down. So then,
no, this is not the one. Hold on. We needed part 1.
I didn't come down here, do anything other but to get the truth. Did you kill Nolan? Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death? Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone? They're having a good time, but something happened to where it necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was just, I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement. All of you guys have.
So the next day, like you said, would be on the 5th. So so everything that he was saying before, hold on, let's listen to that part again.
I didn't come down here, do anything other than necessitated you guys to get the boat up and running. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I'm like yelling at other people, trying to tell them, calm down. Like, the boat could possibly sink, and Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get the F on the boat, get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. The next day, I got a phone call from my buddy Trace, and he was like, hey man, they just found his body. My reaction was I was with my buddy Brooks, and I broke down.
You guys had been interviewed by law enforcement.
So you're saying that, okay, we know the first thing he was talking about was on the 4th of July, because that's the same day he was telling him to get on the boat. And then he said the next day, which will be the 5th, if this video is in the correct order. So that would be the 5th. So you're right. How would he know if this is in the correct order? If it wasn't edited and all that stuff. How would he know before they actually reported it? If this video is in the right order, like I said, you know how sometimes when they be editing stuff, they'll put one part here and then, skip over a whole section, then add the other part. That's crazy though. And you said, Jermaine, and thanks, Jay, you said, remember these names: Evan, Noel, and Morgan Seymour. New characters will be unlocked in the next few days. Who are these people? So you said the body wasn't found until the 6th. He got a phone call on the 5th the next day, because on the 4th of July is when, like we just said, is when he was telling Nolan to get on the boat, and Nolan was saying no. And then he said the next day, which would be the 5th, if they have this correct, in the correct order, which is cray-cray, because how would he know this before they even released it on the 6th, before they found him? If they don't find any type of evidence to do further investigation, this got to be a cover-up. I'm just going to be perfectly honest. So this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Man, if this is in the right order, then he clearly messed up right there. But again, for me, it was a lot of things that I saw. Not a whole bunch like that, but it was just little bitty things that I saw, like I was trying to say earlier when I was half asleep. The one, like I said, when he was like saying he's not used to seeing somebody get unalived, and all of a sudden now he's like, well, we used to it down here. We see it all the time. And I'm like, I thought you just said you don't see it all the time. Okay. Then with the boat situation, now with the daggone phone call, just a lot of stuff that they don't be consistent with. It's plainly ridiculous. And then, Jermaine, who are these people you're talking about? What's up with these names? I'm going to screenshot it, because once I get off this live, it'll disappear. You got Evan Noel and Morgan Seymour. Who are these people? These are new characters who will be unlocked in the next few days. Let me just type it in and see who they are real quick, if I can. Okay, let's see. Let's see if they got anything on here. So Nolan, no, this is a different person. I mean, Nolan, we know who Nolan is, but I was reading something else with something else. So Evan Noel just happened to share it on July the 5th. Let me see what they, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up and see who these people are. Damn, I got to have this on this damn phone. I don't want to open no damn Instagram up on this phone. So, okay. So Nolan Wells, damn it. Continue. I don't want to do this. I don't want to put this on here, okay? I just want to read this. Nolan Wells' friend turned over a witness list of more than 20 people. So that's his friend. Every time I type this in here, it's going to tell me to sign up. Oh, God. Instagram. Let me put his name over here and see. Hold on. He said, unless there's something explosive in that autopsy, it's over. Warren, having fixed his mouth to say he would never have thought in his mind to unalive someone. Nobody said he got unalive. Right. See, little bitty stuff they say, they don't even catch it. Right. Why is he talking about somebody being unalive when nobody said that he got unalive? You know, Nolan got unalive. You're right. Let me look at this Instagram thing real quick. Let me see what Jermaine talking about, because I got Instagram on my other phone. So let me close all these out, and then I'll be having too many windows open too. Let's go to Instagram and type it. Actually, let me go to Google and just type it over here again so it can come open. So that's what I just did. Google is your friend, y'all. Let's see. How long you got to type this more than a name, though? Let's see. Let me see, what's that person's name? More again? Seymour. And then you got to put, oh man, I'm just looking, let me see. Let me do it the same way so I can pull up. Okay, so here it is right here. Let me see. Got to go down a little bit more. Down a little more. So this is the one I was reading right here. Let's see what you're talking about, Jermaine. Real quick. Okay, let me take this dude off my chat thing. Okay, so let's see. Okay. The family of a friend who was on Horn Island on July 4th says he handed investigators a list of more than 20 potential witnesses in the Nolan Wells case, along with access to his phone, his photos and videos, his boat, and his GPS device. Every detail of that account comes from a statement released by the Edmiston family on Wednesday. It does not come from law enforcement, and no agency has confirmed it. Bart Edmiston Jr. has not been charged with anything. This coming from Bart's dad. His family said he has never been identified as a suspect, and investigators have not publicly named him as one. They flatly deny that he unalived Nolan, that he witnessed his unaliving, or that he helped cover anything up. What the statement describes in cooperation, the Edmistons say Bart sat for interviews, answered every question put to him, and gave his full recollection of that day. They say he let investigators look through his phone, handed over the photos and videos they asked for, and allowed them to inspect both his boat and his GPS device, and that he did all of it without an attorney present, without warrants, and without hesitation. The witness list is the part of drawing the most attention. According to the statement, Bart compiled the list himself, and it includes the passengers who were aboard his boat. His family believes more than 20 people spread across 2 vessels saw him assist another boat that was taken on water near Horn Island. Their account of what he did there is specific. They say he boarded the distressed vessel, removed its transom plug, and briefly towed it so the water that had collected inside could drain out. The distinction matters for anyone following the Nolan Wells case closely. The Edmistons are not claiming those 20 people witnessed what happened to Nolan. They are describing people who they say can account for where Bart was and what he was doing. It is a corroboration of his own movements offered by his own family, which is a different thing from new evidence about how an 18-year-old passed on. So, okay. So he's just basically proving that he does not have anything to do with this. That's cool. He just said the 20 people who witnessed, who he has as a witness, don't know what happened, did not witness anything regarding Nolan. Okay, they just witnessed that Bart did not do anything. They say they are describing people who they say can account for where Bart was and what he was doing. It is cooperation of his own movements offered by his own family, which is a different thing from new evidence about how an 18-year-old passed on. So this right here, what he's doing, they are basically showing that he does not have anything to do with Nolan's unaliving. He did not witness anything or engage in anything. Okay, so I don't know what all that Bart stuff we hear in that audio, if that audio is even true, like I said so many times. And those 20 people, those witnesses, they're going to be talking about what Bart did. Okay, they didn't witness nothing going on with Nolan or anything. Okay, so there you go. Now so the other people. So who is Gracie L? Grace L, is that the same person? The same Grace from Katie? Yeah, he turned over a list of more than 20 people to clarify that he did not have anything to do with anything concerning unaliving this dude or witnessing it. I mean, it could be anybody's vote, honestly. I mean, there's so many votes that could have been there. You know what? We could all be wrong. It could be somebody totally different. There was a lot of people there. You know, a lot of college kids, people, period. It could be anything. Okay, that's a trip, though. So we're going to be hearing more about him along with all these other names you got up here. Morgan Seymour and all them. Is this the same Grace? No, this is Grace L. But the thing about it, you shouldn't be up here saying that you know for sure. Anyway, it's allegedly, or what you think, not what you know, because you know everybody is innocent until they are proven guilty in the court of law. You know what I'm saying? That's everybody. So we don't know. You just guessing based on what you see. Period. Only the police can prove that somebody did something or somebody didn't. And if it's a cover-up, I'll tell you straight up, there's nothing going to be taken further if this is a cover-up. Period. And I don't know what the parents can do in that case. I don't know what the next step would be. All right. So anyway, y'all, we are getting ready to get out. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Shades to go take a shower and get myself ready for bed. All right. And I definitely enjoyed this live tonight. Again, my apologies for falling asleep briefly. But I tell you what, when I felt that damn shaking, I really didn't feel no shaking. What I heard is the rattling noise. And I was like, what the heck is that? I thought it was the military at one point. But, you know, when I looked it up, at first it didn't come up. But then a couple of minutes later, probably like 30 minutes later, it came up. So it was an earthquake, a 3.9. It was in a different area, but we can feel it. You know, I couldn't feel the actual shake like that, but I can hear the rattling noise. Like when it's an earthquake, it's shaking, and then you hear that weird noise. You know, that noise is more scary scary than anything, because it sounds weird. Right. And so, originally I thought this was what the case, involved. And it could still be, because like I said, we don't know. We don't have the toxicology reports. You know what? We could be all just not even know what we're talking about, okay? And it could be straight up drugs. And if that's the case, that's a whole nother ballgame. See, the thing is, all of them may be doing stuff, but you got to ask yourself though, why would he be doing that though, when he knew that he had to go to the football stuff? You say it's 2:00 there? It's 5:00 here, shit. You in Hawaii, right? It wasn't no aftershock out there. It was an actual earthquake. The rattling and stuff. Yeah, when it's an earthquake, it rattles. I don't know what that rattling sound is. The earth moving, I guess. I don't know and stuff, but it's the ground shaking, I guess, and build. I guess whatever is rattling, and it's a trip. And it's not even where I live at. It's like 70 miles away or 80 miles away. Could be even 100 miles away. And I can still, hear that. That's weird. Not really weird. I'm just saying it's really fascinating that you can hear that far away. And I think I'm earthquake sensitive anyway, because I be feeling 1.0s and shit. When I first moved here, and I was like, damn, was that an earthquake? And damn, it was. And they said it was a 1.0, and I felt that. Yeah, those things are scary. So hopefully we never have a major one, because I know I'm going to move then, for sure. If I'm still alive, I'm getting the heck up out of Cali, because I don't like them damn things. You know what I'm saying? They feel tripped out. Anything could happen. Yeah, could have got that too. Anything. All right. So anyway, thanks to Jay, Jermaine. So a lot of people came through tonight. Oh man, oh boy. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. Jermaine put his link in the thing. Also check out Jay too. Make sure you put his link in the thing, Jermaine. Thank you. West Seal probably fell asleep. I was half asleep when I was talking to West Seal anyway. The video was playing over and over again, man. I was sleeping good. Thanks to Jess, Bronze, Brittany. Y'all can't hang with the Shakespeare. Oh man, West Seal ass fell asleep. Yeah, they claim that's Katie. Katie may know more than we think too. And so her the key word I just said, the term. I said may. I didn't say she did, because y'all know y'all be tripping. Let's see. No charge. Thank you so much for being here. Tony Bands. Everybody in the bushes, everybody who watched this in the replay, I definitely appreciate you guys. Y'all don't forget the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell notification, share, leave a comment, and hype this video up. And if you want to show additional support for this channel, you can feel free to do a super sticker, super chat, cash up donation at $ShadeStube, or cop yourself a membership for $4.99 per month. Okay? You say you slept through what? Hold on, let me see what you said. Wait, I got to go all the way down all these messages. Damn, y'all been really talking in this comment section. Gosh. Oh my God, this is going on and on and on. Hold on, let me see. How do you go to the... Okay. You say I was drunk when one hit here. I slept through it. So you know all about that drinking, huh? No, I'm just yeah, I see I can't sleep through one. I mean, it just feels weird. Did you notice that? I noticed that too. Katie. And when Warren said her name, he said it like he was mad at her. That's the way he said it. Then somebody came up with a very strange, thank you, Jermaine, theory. And it's involving, I'll just tell you, so somebody came up with the theory that what if we are all wrong? What if someone got jealous because he was out with Katie because they really like him? If you catch my drift. So you just never know. You never know. Oh, you had an earthquake there one time? Well, I've been in an earthquake in Cleveland, Ohio. Okay, they had an earthquake there when I was younger. And then when I moved to Texas, they had an earthquake there. And then in the ATL, when I lived in ATL, that tornado felt like an earthquake because when a tornado is very close to you, it shakes the building as well. So that felt like an earthquake. It wasn't an earthquake, but it damn sure felt like one. And then I felt a couple of earthquakes they had here, small ones, thank God. Hopefully they never have a major one. Even when I leave here, I hope they never have a major earthquake. Because man, they be putting up all this new stuff here. Even though I think our homes and stuff are made for earthquakes and stuff, the way they make them, but I still don't want to be in it. I know you didn't, especially if you were drunk at the same time, being asleep. You know, another reason why I'm probably going to move eventually, from here, even though I love it out here, is I'm just thinking in my mind as you start getting old and say you're in the shower and it's an earthquake, you're going to be messed up. Or what if you are in the elevator and an earthquake comes? What the hell are you going to do? Or you're on the escalator and you're going up all those flights of stairs and shit. What would you do if an earthquake happens right then and there? I'm just joking with you, Jay, okay? You are... No, I actually don't. But yeah, so listen, in each place I move to, I'm telling you that I live, I experienced an earthquake or something like that. But fortunately, nobody got hurt, so that's a good thing. But like I said, I love it out here in Cali, but earthquakes is something that you can never, ever get used to. Okay? So hopefully we never have a major one. So they did in 94, but I wasn't here. I moved here in 2013 and stuff. But we've been blessed so far. Hopefully we continue to be blessed and don't have a major earthquake nowhere out here, period. And you can have an earthquake anywhere. So don't think y'all out of the woods because you can have an earthquake anywhere except one place. And I think that place is, you can't have one in Iceland. I think. I may be wrong. Let's see. Can you have an earthquake anywhere in the world?
According to Cal OES News, ca.gov, false. One of the most common myths about earthquakes is that they only occur in specific regions of California.
Listen to this.
In reality, earthquakes can happen almost anywhere in the world.
Okay, so don't be thinking just because they have them more on the West Coast, you can't have them in other places, because you can. They said earthquakes can happen almost anywhere in the world. The only place I think you can have one is in Iceland. Let me see. I may be wrong, but there's somewhere they don't have them at. Oh, well, you can have them in Iceland. Let me see. Is it somewhere else? Because they just had one. Okay, they just had one on the 27th, 5.4. Okay, anyway. Is it Antarctica? Let's see. Let's see what's Antarctica. And no, it's not there. They just had one there on the 28th, 4.9, 7:51 a.m. Okay, well, somewhere, let me see where you can't have an earthquake at. Let me just type it in here. I forgot exactly where it's at, but it's somewhere. Let's see. God, they can't even answer the damn question. Let's see. I said can't. Let me put it like this. Well, I was somewhat right. Okay. Antarctica has the least earthquakes of any continent. And then these other places just experience very little earthquakes, like Brazil, Cambodia, Chad, Ivory Coast. I don't know how you pronounce this. Latvia, Mali, and Nigeria. And Belarus. I don't even know how you say this. Belarus. They have very few. Let's see. And they say there are no earthquakes in large part of the Pacific Ocean, the northernmost Asia, Russia, majority of Europe, in the middle and eastern regions of South and North America. Okay. So Florida, Minnesota, North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Those places have the least, they are the safest from earthquakes, okay? But any state can have one, but they just have the least, okay? They have very low earthquakes. So we need to move to Florida, Iowa, Minnesota. I think I can do Minnesota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. I think I can do Minnesota. And Singapore, you can move over there. They don't have any, they're not prone to earthquakes. They're not on a plate boundary. Damn. And the large earthquakes happen around the edges of the Pacific Ocean, the area known as the Ring of Fire. Damn. Anyway, so I think I'm going to move to Minneapolis because I can't stand it. But you know what? You can move from here and go there, and whatever they are prone to, other storms like tornadoes, that can mess you up. Who don't have earthquakes, Jay? But anyway, y'all, I'm getting ready to get out of here. Okay, so y'all have a good night, good morning, happy and blessed Saturday, and I'll see y'all later on when I do my country rain reaction. As far as these night owl alarms, I'll be back Monday night. Thank God, because I'm tired. All right, unless something major happened, and then I have to come in and tell y'all about it. Otherwise, I'll see y'all Monday late night with another night owl live. I promise I won't fall asleep because I'm gonna get me enough sleep this weekend. But if y'all watch Country Wayne Skits, check me out later on today before I go to work, and I'll do another reaction for that. And my Dollar Tree haul will come up on Sunday, pre-recorded though. All right. So until Monday night, I'll see you guys then. Have a blessed Saturday. And you said what? Yeah, what? It snows. Yeah, that snow is something else. You know, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. That snow ain't no joke, especially when it start blowing and stuff, and it's freezing cold, and they have a snowstorm. Man, I've been in blizzards and all types of shit. It's a trip. Yeah. All right. So anyway, like I said, I'll see you guys on Monday night. Y'all have a blessed weekend and make sure y'all stay safe. And thank you guys so much. Peace out, y'all. Thanks, Jay and Jermaine. All right. See y'all later. Thanks to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watched this in the replay. And again, we are not let me do another disclaimer. We're not saying that we know these people unalive Nolan. We don't know. Okay. We're just looking at stuff that we saw on the internet, and trying to piece this stuff together to bring justice for Nolan Wells. That's it. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, and that's it. And everything over here is allegedly or what we think, or that's it. Just allegedly or whatever we think. That's it. We are in no ways trying to claim we know who did something to Nolan, if anybody did anything to him. Okay? And my prayers are still extended out to his family, his parents, and may he continue to rest in peace. All righty? All right. Y'all have a good night. Thank you so much.
Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Mic hot, crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shay walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section, she call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I lacked game, back again. It's a late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line and somebody hurt. Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right, yeah, late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube, she back again. It's late night with Shay. Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. It's late night with Shay. She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah.
Well, for everyone who's getting ready to go to bed, good night, sweet dreams. For everyone else, good morning, and have a beautiful Saturday. All right? Until the next time. Thank you, guys.